Hello, very good morning and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. We're in the midst of a Group A which is very much up in the offing following the first day's play. Two players tied at the top on 8 points, players further back on 6 and 4 as well. It should be a very interesting moving day indeed here in Portsmouth. And we're going to be watching all the action in the company of the 2015 World Champions. Always a pleasure to be watching the darts in the company of Scotty Dog Mitchell and Scott. It was an intriguing day yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, we had little bits of everything yesterday, little bits of brilliance, little bits of not so good, but I think, you know, it was a good day's play overall.
Yeah, let's have a look at Chris Gilliland first and foremost, because he came into this week with a lot of confidence. He said to Glenn Durrant yesterday that he fancied his chances of going on and potentially winning the group, and there were signs yesterday that were very evident of that 101 average, very good on the doubles as well. He was probably the standout player of the day.
He probably was, but it didn't look like it was going to go that way. That's the first game where he played Haruki. He was all over the place, and it was a real first day match, which is what happens here sometimes. Neither could get established, neither could get a foot on the. And for Haruki, he then went on and won another couple of games and established himself in the group. So Gilliland was the one after that. He'd made his mistake. He'd done what he needed to do. He'd got upset with himself, and then he just reeled 4 off on the bounce.
Undoubtedly, the game of yesterday was that match between Gilliland and Christopher Toonders. It kind of had everything. It began with this big fish from Christopher Toonders, who thought at this point maybe he's going to get himself back in the match.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Toonders is a very flamboyant character, and he loves the camera, and he knows where they all are because he watches the Super Series. So he's pleasurable to watch, and then Gilliland. Here you can quite see he's away with the double, and then he turns around and forgets. He thinks he's on 4, and no, he's actually only on 3. Then you've got the embarrassment of being in that situation, and then that nearly turned around on him, because it does. I've done it as a player. It does affect you.
I mean, what are you thinking then when Christopher Toonders steps up? It goes back to 3-3, and Toonders has an opportunity himself for the match. If you're Chris Gilliland, what's going through your mind right now?
You're going, I wish I hadn't have shook his hand and I'd have paid a little bit more attention. Yeah, you know, it can come back and bite you on the backside, but it didn't on this occasion. He went in, got his chance, and the double top went his way.
Are you going back in the practice room relieved more than anything after that?
You're going back in the practice room, and your other compadres are having a little rinse at you, to be fair.
Well, let's have a look at the table on the first day's play, because Haruki Muramatu joins Chris Gilliland on 8 points at the top of the table. He won each of his opening 3 fixtures. Carl Sneyd's kind of gone under the radar a little bit on 6. Gilbert van der Meyen on 4 points. Christopher Toonders on 4 points. Makura Suzuki on 0. Let's begin by talking about the 2 Japanese players. And first of all, Haruki Muramatu, who got out the gates flying. He won each of his opening 3 matches of the day yesterday. Lost that game 4-0 against Gilbert van der Meyen. But for the first few rounds of fixtures, he looked ultra consistent.
He really did. You know, he scraped through that first game with Gilliland, as we mentioned, but he went back into that room with 2 points on the board. And that's what you want to do as a player. You've got to get up here and get on that scoreboard nice and early. And that's what he did. And he got confidence from that, and then away he went. And the 4-0 was a little bit, we weren't expecting that. It was sort of, can he then bounce back from it, which he did. So he impressed me, the way that he was so consistent yesterday.
In terms of Makura Suzuki, 0 points to her name, but she went to the last leg in 3 of the matches and had darts to win 2 of those games.
Yeah, she's the one that's going to sort of walked out here last night pretty disappointed. You know, she gave herself opportunities, and if you're not giving yourself opportunities, then you're ultra disappointed. But when you miss them, that can be more frustrating than not getting them at all. So she'll be looking to be a bit of a spoiler today on Tuesday moving day.
Tuesday is moving day. No surprise that she's the outsider as far as the bookies look at proceedings. Chris Gilliland has now gone into an even money's favourite to go on and win the group. Haruki Muramatu, the 11-8 second favourite. But Carl Sneyd there, 8-1, picked up 6 points. And maybe because of what Chris and Haruki did, has gone under the radar a little bit.
Absolutely, it has. And for him, it was a very indifferent day yesterday. We saw some flashes of what he really can do in sort of 6 and 12 dart sort of periods, and then he would disappear for 6 darts as well. So he came out with 6 points yesterday, and I think with the way he played overall, he'll be pleased that he's not out of it at this point, because yesterday that could have easily happened to him.
Well, let's have a look at the bet builder and see what you've been having a punt on at home. A bit of an ambitious one today. 6.12 to 1 over 0.518 in the Bakura Suzuki Chris Gilliland. Gain Gilliland, a prolific 180 hitter. Match checker over 92.5. Toonders against Suzuki at 5 to 6. I personally don't like that. I don't know about you, Scott. Haruki Muramatu, Chris Gilliland, over 1.5 180s.
Yeah, it's that middle one for me. The Toonders Suzuki one, I can't, it's one of those. That would be the dodgy one. You've got to have one that's always going to be hit or miss, but that one looks a lot more miss than hit.
6.12 to 1 if you're going to have a bet on that or anything in regards to the Super Series today. It is 18 plus and it is begambleaware.org. Right, Christopher Toonders is involved in our first game of the session. He won 2 matches from 5 on his opening day back at the Super Series. He qualified for a second appearance here at the Live Lounge, courtesy of the ADC European Qualifying Tour. And there's been a lot of news regarding those particular tours involving ADC Europe in the last 24 hours or so. But the young German looking to fly his way back here at the Super Series, looking to make it through to his first finals night. He caught up with Glenn Durran early on this morning to get his assessment on the opening day.
Good morning, Christopher. 4 points yesterday. How did you assess the first day?
I felt okay. I would say I had very good moments. I had moments that were not so good, but all in all, I would say it was fine. So it's okay.
I must admit, it's very enjoyable seeing you play. Very flamboyant is the word I was using. Certainly a lot of body movement when you're throwing. Is that intentional? Are you still working on your game? How did you see my thoughts about that?
I think it's not intentional. It's like if I play, I'm that concentrated. I don't do anything intentional. Like I just play, and it's just my throw style. Say.
And you're from Dortmund. Can you tell me what local dart is like there? Is it a big thing that you hear at the MODUS Super Series?
Local darts. There are some dart clubs here. We had a club in the first league in Germany, in the Bundesliga, but it's not there anymore. So it's nothing to compare to here, but it's still enjoyable to go in the evening.
We certainly need characters, and I love the fact that you know where the camera is. So plenty more winks and smiles today, please, Christopher.
I'll try my best.
The very best of luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
So that was what happened when Toonders met the T-Sider. And Christopher's in action in our first game of the day. He takes on Haruki Muramatu, who won 4 from 5 on his opening day's play here at the Super Series. Looking to kick on once again on day 2. Let's get down to the commentary box then, where Scott Mitchell has made the run down to join Glenn Durran. Morning, Glenn.
Yeah, good morning, Henry. And yeah, I have to say it was lovely speaking to that man taking his darts out there. You can just tell he's really enjoying the experience. He's got a big smile on his face. And for me, that's what it's all about. He's just really enjoying the ride. And I think he feels like the 2 wins yesterday, there's more to come. Still very much in his infancy as a dart player, 22-year-old, chatting about his hometown in Dortmund and what local leagues darts is like. But off camera, he was telling me the interest has been fantastic against the very experienced Haruki Muramatu. And as Scott Mitchell, my co-commentator, alluded to, felt like he had a bit of a charmed life at times yesterday. And I think when he went back to the hotel, he'll have been delighted with the 4 wins out of 5.
Yeah, absolutely, because I believe if he sort of starts playing a similar up today, then he may not get as many points. Everybody's more settled today. Right off the bat, Christopher Toonders shows that. And yesterday, I think, was the first throw was a 180. Which was Haruki yesterday, wasn't it?
Well remembered. That's his 5th of the Group A campaign so far for Toonders, but what a start this is. I mean, a lot of these players have been in the venue round about 8 o'clock, getting themselves prepared, but to start with a 180, 140 start this early. And it's back in the treble 20 bed. This is incredible. Back to treble 20. And that was for a real potential effort of a 10-darter there, but the perfect start?
As close as you can get, absolutely, yes.
100.
Haruki is taking his time to find his range, but 76 here for Toonders.
No score.
And he's bust. He obviously wanted to leave the 36.
You know when I said perfect start, Scott?
95. Christopher, you require 76.
I don't think he'll go for 2 big 20s this time. Well, he won't need to.
Game shot
14
in the first
darter,
leg.
and with 3 missed
Christopher
darts with the bust
Toonders.
rule as well. That is a superstar from Toonders.
Second leg, it's Haruki to throw first. Game on.
That smile, Scott, it's infectious, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's lovely to see somebody enjoying themselves up there, mate, isn't it? It's
100.
You know, we've both been in the situation where sometimes being up there can be an absolute chore, and he's not giving that vibe at all.
134.
Yeah, we have a fantastic production team here at the MODUS Super Series, and when I played, you know, the feedback was they just didn't like that version of Glenn Durran. It was the version of Glenn Durran that was once a dart player, and when I look at this is the way I should have played, just with a relaxed smile on your face. But yeah, it's great to
43.
see. And like I said, 22-year-old, he's got his dreams. He wants to be a professional dart player. I mean, Germany is just the in place to play dart. It really is a fabulous country when you go over
57.
there. The dart mad.
Yeah, they sure are. I've been lucky enough. We've done a couple of exhibitions together out there, haven't we?
96.
And you know, it is rammed to the rafters.
And we could say the same about the Asian tour. We talked about it yesterday. If you were with myself and Scott yesterday, we were just
45.
chatting. The excitement's on a real high at the moment based on what happened with a lot of the players at Ali Pali this year.
55.
And Muramatu just ticks that box as an experienced player now. There's not an awful lot to separate these two. I mean, it was Haruki that got over the line yesterday, but it's Toonders who's come out flying today.
140.
Yeah, he went downstairs because 719's a couple of
95.
trebles and a single with the
Haruki
left
requires
tops.
64.
Good board management. You feel this has to go the way Toonders is playing?
24.
So,
Christopher, you
from a
require
quite commanding
78.
position, I think
23.
we went 2 double 17s there,
Haruki, you
Toonders.
require 40.
Yeah, I've got my theory on the 4 for 18s, but I'll keep that to myself. We don't mind that as a marker here in the comms box.
Game
Certainly
shot
like
the
that
second
dart.
leg.
Haruki, as we
Haruki
mentioned yesterday, maybe a
Muramatu.
little bit unfair to say charmed life, but he's just seemed to be winning those scrappy games without being at his best.
Third leg, it's
And I'm
Christopher
sure
to
when
throw
he
first.
self-analysed the day,
Game on.
he'll have been thinking, well, that was only my C game. There's a lot more to come, and I'm joined top. He's right in the mix, this Haruki.
And we both know when you
100.
win one of those scrappy sort of long-ended legs, you don't get them back. You know, when you're trying to get those legs back, you've got to do 12 and 13 darters all of a sudden.
55.
Yeah, you've got to be versatile these days if you're going to be an elite dart player, and we all know that the majority of dart players can, like Christopher did in that first leg, they've got exceptional
97.
A games. But I think if you want to get to the very top, you've got to be able to have that B game, which is going to scrap out wins. And Muramatu definitely demonstrated those qualities yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with that. And your B game has
140.
got to be good enough to scrap out against somebody's A minus game, hasn't it?
45.
We've had a few players on the MODUS Super Series where you know if it's going to go 2 each, 3 each, you just sense that they're gonna win. I mean, there again, we look at that incredible
41.
stat that time with Michael van Gerwen. Didn't he go something like 30 matches where he was at 5 each and would win every single last leg decider?
99.
So that's the versatility, the all-round game these players are striving for.
Yeah, and what a hell of a stat that is as well, because you know how many of the to win 30 last leg deciders, that is
45.
some going.
Christopher, you require 160.
Because it plays on your mind as a player all the time. You think, oh, here we go again. And eventually, if you win 4 or 5 on the trot, your mind is saying, well, surely I can't get this
41.
one. And so to win 30 shows the mindset of MVG for sure.
In my opinion, the second greatest ever. And that's what darts is all about. We've been on social media today.
140.
So me and Scott are happy to chat all things MODUS Super Series today. Give us a shout as Toonders looks at double top. Absolutely beautiful, a very enjoyable game, this one. We talked yesterday about the seesaw, how many games went 4-3. It was Not an
leg,
awful
it's
lot to
Haruki
separate the
throw
6
first.
players, and there's the little
Game
wink and the
on.
smile to the camera. We'll see plenty of that.
$80.
I keep looking at Haruki's dart, and I really want to have a throw with those. There's just something about them. I just want to feel the balance of them myself. Because
100.
the way that he throws, they look perfectly balanced the way that he throws them. And I just wonder, I'm a sort of back-end holder, and I think I've not seen a
43.
dart like that before.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I think that dart's for someone who holds right in the middle of the dart, because that knobbly bit
100.
is telling me he's going to put his... You can just see him there, just making sure he's holding that dart. You could be right. It looks like it's very much at the back of the barrel there, but the balance looks good here for Haruki.
140.
I've seen some beautiful stories at the MODUS Super Series, the European qualifiers, the Scandinavian qualifiers.
119.
One of my all-time favourite moments, Raymond Smith winning here. We've seen great North American success with Canada and Spellman from America. Wouldn't it be fantastic if we see Muramatu, Suzuki
45.
pick up that trophy on Saturday night?
Yeah, very much so. And Super Series is
44.
totally global. You're reeling off the names there. They're not from up the road. They are from all across the globe.
$100. Christopher, you require 138.
I used to call this the Della, in brackets MBE. But of course,
98.
Luke Humphreys won the
Haruki, you require
Grand Prix,
93.
didn't he, with the 138 as well. 93, is he aggressive? On the old-fashioned route. I like this way. He's going to give himself a dart at tops for 2-2.
Game shot in
And
the
he's
fourth leg.
absolutely nailed it. And
Haruki Muramatu.
it looked to be his favourite double yesterday, and he started well on it again today.
Fifth leg, it's Christopher to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I was just doing a bit of number crunching before play today. And Muramatu, like I said, he sort of
60.
peaked in the middle of the day. I mean, I think a lot of the players who are on debut, like Gilbert van der Meijden, who's coming, they'll find out an awful lot as the week goes on, how to get the best out of themselves. Muramatu scraped through with his first match of the
100.
day. And I wouldn't say scraping at the moment. This has been a good game. But he just seems to find ways to win, Haruki, at
45.
the moment.
Yeah, I like that. I think you've got to be a bit of a scrapper, particularly over a format like this where you're playing 5 games
59.
in a day, and you can't, you can't be on your best at every game.
60.
I mean, the talk of dart at the moment is all these young players coming through, but there's one word, never forget. And I think that's what
96.
Haruki is using at the moment, and that's experience. I mean, I just think when it does get to 2 each and 3 each, you can look at the brilliance of these young players, the way
94.
the speed they're throwing, the way the dart flies. But when it gets really tight, I always then go for the more experienced player then, and you just sense Muramatu's beginning to turn the screw. Another treble here.
135.
And all of a sudden, he has to break Toonders to win this match, remember?
That's a good way to get yourself an attempt at it.
58.
Well, Muramatu's
Haruki, you
highest
require
finish of the week so
111.
far is 1-1-1. Double 18.
93.
I don't think when he stopped there, when he hit the treble 5, helped him. I think a little bit more rhythm would have
60.
seen him a little closer to his
Haruki, you
target come the
require
last dart, but
18.
it's 18 now. Looks like he's going straight at it.
No score.
Yeah, I was never a fan
Christopher,
of
you
double 9
require
myself.
124.
I just stand there, you're worried of the big 9. Treble 18 needed. Muramatu will be back.
63.
Like you
Haruki,
say, you've
you
got to go
require
outside that double
18.
9 with the first dart. And he make the mistake of going super strong at it. Now he's in last chance corral mode. And
No
once
score.
again, he is given an opportunity to Toonders, and surely
Christopher,
this
you
time
require 61.
he's going to take it.
Well, Toonders, when he often went for his water drink on a finish, he looked a little bit more composed. He realised he needs 47. Big dart.
41.
You don't need
Haruki,
commentary,
you
just look at the
require
facial
18.
mannerism there from Toonders. Surely Muramatu this time.
That now looks very awkward,
Game shot in the fifth
but
leg.
used it well.
Haruki
Toonders in the
Muramatu.
background. The entertainer that he is reacts to that superbly. Wry
Sixth
smile.
leg, it's Haruki to throw first.
Haruki just
Game
knew how
on.
far to take him. Just let him have one dart at it. If he misses it, I'll go out and let him get frustrated with himself.
140.
In time-honoured fashion now, momentum is with Muramatu. And off he goes with a 140.
60.
It just sort of mirrors his opening game yesterday against Chris Gilliland as well. He was second best for an awful lot of it was Muramatu, but found a way to win that game, and that was the basis for him to get that
100.
4 wins out of 5 foundation for the day. This has been impressive from the man from Japan.
Yeah, and I think when he's feeling confident and off the
100.
back of a win of another leg, he throws that split second quicker, which seems to give him that slight better rhythm, and he's then all over the target.
And again,
60.
it's only a theory as a player who's methodical himself. Is suddenly you're not overthinking things as a slow player. When you're playing quicker,
70.
I used to sense it's because I'm in a good position. I'm either winning the match and I've got a clear mind. And I think you're absolutely right, Scott. Muramatu can see that finishing line.
139.
You can see the pace. He's just definitely getting on with it, just a split second quicker than he was.
171.
However, fair play to Toonders there, because I was just beginning to write my conclusion for Muramatu there. He will now be thinking on this. But he will have a dart for the match. It's his beloved tops.
22. Christopher, you require 100.
So, treble 20, double top.
60.
Oh, Rue's another missed double top.
Haruki, you require
3
40.
tops in the last 2 legs he's had.
$30.
Out to me, not to be again. The outer ring. Stinging Muramatu there
Christopher, you
once more.
require 40.
And how a match can turn, because if Toonders does check out here, he would have the dart in the last
Game's
leg,
on the
and that is the
sixth leg.
situation. Muramatu
Christopher
had this game in the
Toonders.
palm of his hands. It'll be a tough final leg for Haruki. But Toonders, he's so up and down
Seventh leg,
as a
it's
player
Christopher
stood
to
behind
throw
him.
first.
I don't know if
Game
he's going
on.
to score 26 or 180. And I think Muramatu was praying for that 26.
But it's momentum Toonders, so it's going to be a big score. This is how it works after you've won a leg.
97.
Yeah, good return there from Muramatu. Good switch. We don't often see him do that. And when he did, that was very successful.
32.
And that put pressure immediately on the Toonders throw.
And the carrot that is dangling
60.
for Muramatu is the first player to get the 10 points. We did talk yesterday when Muramatu, for a very small time, was 4 points clear of the rest of the pack. And
59.
that does make a difference. The league table is in the players' area. I will be looking at that. And Haruki would love to go back to see his name back at the top of the table. After that last leg, I thought it was
81.
advantage Toonders, but Haruki has put himself about 90 points ahead here.
81.
He's turned the tables on Toonders here and making Toonders now think. And he really needs to leave a finish here. He'll go down to the 19s, chasing the treble.
59.
A little wayward, though. As a player, you're stood there going, he's given me a
72.
chance. You've got to get in. And
Haruki, you require
Toonders went a little tight there.
167.
Yeah, we did sort of say roundabout now experience kicks in. However, Muramatu, they're wayward. That lateral drift into treble
43.
one means that Toonders once
Christopher, you
again
require
becomes favourite for this
160.
match.
Yeah, new 2 non-treble visits for Muramatu. It's put him in all sorts of mire at the moment. Oh, what a
100.
last start. And he knows it.
Haruki, you require
Big fist pump.
124.
1, 2, 4. Just the one treble needed with the first 2 darts. Treble 18 required.
56. Christopher, you require 60.
For the match.
50. Haruki, you require 68.
Well, the Achilles heel for Haruki Muramatu in this match has been his checkouts. 3 from 19. He's going to get another dart for the match. It's double 16 this time.
52. Christopher, you require 10.
I'm not sure what Japanese is, sick as a chip, but that's the way he looked there. Chance again for Toonders.
Put his darts down on the table. That's a sign that he didn't feel he was coming back.
Match.
And it was a sign that he was
Toonders.
absolutely correct. It's a 4-3 win in favour of Toonders. You had to work hard for that. Muramatu misses a chance to go top of the table early doors on 10 points. Here are the stats. Typical first day stats, those. 4 out of 10 on the doubles for Toonders, with the story of the match with 3 from 20 for Muramatu. We'll be back after a short break with Mikuru Suzuki against Chris Gilliland.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Christopher Toonders come back from 3-2 down to get the better of Haruki Muramatu by 4 legs to 3. That moves the young German on to 6 points. Next up for us, we're going to be watching Mikuru Suzuki in action, the 2-time world champion. She took 3 games to her last leg decider yesterday, but failed to pick up any points. And she kickstarts her campaign for day 2 up against Chris Gilliland, who's top of the pile following the first day's proceedings. He said he fancied winning the group, and on the evidence of the first day's play, he's got a very good chance. Watching this one down in the commentary box, Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And certainly Chris will have been one happy man when he saw the result of our first game of the day, because his biggest challenger, Haruki Muramatu, just missed out on a 7-leg.
First leg, it's
The
Mikuru
match will
to
be
throw
refereed
first.
by Eddie Mason.
Game on.
And like Henry alluded to, there was a tough day yesterday for Mikuru Suzuki. But Scott Mitchell, it could have been so different. So many 4-3 defeats. She had match darts in 2 of her
60.
games. And I wonder if she did see the positives, being the champion that she is.
Well, just the lack of winning seemed to sort of create the monkey on her back, didn't it? And
43.
every loss she started to, it's like she was carrying a rucksack and throwing another brick in the back to weigh her down. It was one of those, because she was giving herself opportunities and it just wasn't going her way.
And what did we say at the
100.
beginning of the day? When she gets chances, one of her real main attributes is her doubles. I mean, she comes from that soft hip background as well. The 2 times champion of the world, and it was
78.
quite strange to see, but that's what the MODUS Super Series can do. I mean, these will be playing 5 matches today, and when you get on that run of just not getting over the line, you could see with Haruki Muramatu yesterday, scraped to win early doors
83.
and blossomed after that, whereas Mikuru just really struggled every time she got to that winning line.
As you know, Glenn, once you get up on that stage here and you lose a couple on the trot, it then
81.
becomes a problem mentally, and it starts to play on your mind. And I think we saw that with her yesterday.
Yeah, I was chatting with our referee last night, Eddie Mason, regarding Chris Gilliland, because I just felt he was a little lethargic in his
98.
game with Mikuru yesterday. Well, he agreed with you, Scott. He felt it actually against Mikuru. He was just trying too much. He was trying too hard in his game. I was looking at his throw thinking, it's very carefree. He just seems to be
48.
just flinging
Mikuru,
the
you
darts.
require
But
160.
both yourself and Eddie Mason. So something you want to correct today.
Yeah, but it's a similar situation today where Mikuru is on the bottom of the table
100.
and Gilliland is on the top. And we both know when you look at things, you start to plot your day, don't you? You know, you start to plot your day, and to open up your day against the bottom
80.
player when
Mikuru,
you're the
you
top
require
player is
60.
just perfect mentally, because you feel you can jump on top and get that couple of points. But realistically, that's probably a harder one to start with. You're probably better off with your main rival.
28.
Yeah, she will be back though, Mikuru, but you could see the anguish on her face as she looked at tops there. And that's when your mind can sort of go back to yesterday. And Gilliland, the shake of the head, is saying, where have you been all game?
131. Mikuru, you require
What you tend to
32.
do when you feel the leg's gone is you actually relax a little with those last 3 darts.
16.
And Mikuru is just carrying on from where
Chris,
she
you
left off
require
yesterday.
40.
Yeah, I can confirm it is Tuesday. This is not a repeat of her performances yesterday. That will sting. That will hurt. Gilliland, this double 5 here. Unexpected opportunity, and
Game
he takes
on
it.
the first leg.
Yeah, he
Chris
looks
Gilliland.
to the heavens, and yeah, that's a tough one for Suzuki to take very, very early today.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
That is not the Macarena. That is just Mikuru having a stretch out.
100.
And don't forget to give us a follow at MSS Darts on Twitter, or X is what it
60.
is now. And just a big thank you to Gavin McKenzie, watching all the way from Melbourne in Australia. And Middlesbrough lad living in Australia. But thanks for watching, Gavin. And give us a follow,
100.
give us a chat. It's Premier League week here at Darts as well. There's so much going on. UK Open is round the corner. Champions Week here. We're all getting very excited at the MODUS Super Series. A special week for us.
41.
I'd love to hear everybody's thoughts.
$96.
Don't forget, you can hear on Saturday night just behind where Makuru is playing there. And you do give it a real special atmosphere when you come on Saturday night. Who will be our 11th qualifier?
60.
Who will be going to Champions Week? You've been absolutely fantastic in this series once again. Just simply scan that QR code on the screen. There will be a small booking fee.
96.
Might even get a chance to meet Matthew Edgar, who'll be here on Saturday night as well. Oh, we haven't put anybody off there.
100. Chris, you require 109.
Just sense this is a hangover from the previous leg for Makuru here. That leaves double 12.
85.
Gilliland has found his mojo in this leg.
Yeah, it's taken Suzuki to give him that chance in the first leg to find it. But that has affected her massively.
41.
Yeah, she's thinking
Chris,
of
you
those
require
7 missed darts.
24. Game John,
Much
the second
better
leg.
16 dart from
Chris
Gilliland. No shake
Gilliland.
of the head this time. Suzuki will need to clear her mind. You can just see there she's stretching there. She's
Third
not
leg,
feeling
it's
comfortable
Makuru
in
to throw
herself.
first. Game on.
A lot of that will be down to those missed doubles yesterday and not what she wanted to start the day with.
45.
Once again, the longer now the scoring drought goes on, harder it becomes. And of course, when you're not scoring, your opponent will wade in.
180.
His 7th of the week. The power scoring from Gilliland. He has got the most 180s in this Group A campaign so far.
100.
Just beginning to settle nicely. And sometimes it's not because you've done something really special. I think this upturn for Gilliland has a lot to do with Suzuki's failure to see out that first leg.
100.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
$100.
Yesterday, her scoring was right up there, and in games she was hitting 12 and 14 some pluses and not
60.
winning the game. It was doubles with the Achilles heel, and now starting to find that scoring range again.
She's yet to hit the 140.
100.
Incredible, as Scott
Chris, you
mentions there, an
require
incredible amount of
161.
scores of 100 as Gilliland is down to the 161.
97. Makuru, you require 156.
Ouch. Not for the first time I've said that for Suzuki today. She needs something. She needs that spark.
120.
And when that first dart
Chris,
went
you
in, that
require
156
64.
was looking appealing.
So should get a dart or something. He's chosen tops. And that's
Game
the
John,
reason
the third
why.
leg. Chris Gilliland.
Lovely, tidy, up from 64. For his
Fourth
second
leg, it's
breaker
Chris
throw
to
in this
throw
game.
first. Game on. $59.
Here is Suzuki once more, staring defeat down the barrel of a gun.
135.
Say the champion she is, she will not go away.
He's beginning to look good, Gilliland. He was our pick to win Group A this week. He's up there in the with the bookies to win the week overall, and he's just beginning to go through the
100.
gears, you feel right now. He had his few wobbles yesterday. The main one was in the opening game of the day. He was absolutely sensational in his second match, so beware Christopher Toonders in Gilliland's second game, because he averaged 102 yesterday in that second match. And he's looking at a real one-sided victory here.
$99. $60. Makuru, you require 160.
Suzuki has turned the throw here. To keep the advantage, you feel treble 20 here is a must.
100.
And she duly
Christian
delivers.
require 156.
Well, it was Suzuki had the chance at the 156. It is about that first start. That's clean as a whistle. This is a stunning way to win the match.
138. Makuru, you require 67.
Suzuki has to be as tidy here.
Game
And she
shot on the
is.
fourth leg.
And probably
Makuru
relief for her
Suzuki.
that. Probably relief for her that she's finally hit, because that's the side of the board
Fifth
she's
leg,
been
it's
struggling with
Makuru
as
to
well.
throw first.
16s and
Game
8s,
on.
and to go then and hit it first start. And I feel that it's just a situation where she just got so fed up with missing it. You don't even think, do you go, well, I'm looking at that, I'm going to hit it.
100.
I mean, I've got to show this stat once again. Just look how many scores of 100 for Suzuki. I mean, I think we had a game yesterday where she had 14 scores of a ton.
50.
I mean, it's obvious from that stat there, and she wants to turn those tons into ton 40s, but it's a clear indication to me that she's consistent in that scoring there. And fair play to her that bounce back, but you just sense,
41.
is she just delaying the inevitable?
And that's the situation there. I'd like to have seen her come away from those two darts blocking. And I'd like to have seen her have a stab at a clear target at treble 19, treble 18.
60.
I call it the Martin Adams. He's someone very stubborn on that treble 20. He can put real blockers in. Well, as for the 140, I said, was she delaying the inevitable? Yesterday, Scott, we've seen some fabulous comebacks. I think this would top the lot.
140.
That was a good reply from Gilliland.
$85.
That's the perfect first start. He just likes to be in the bottom of the treble 20 bed.
140. Makuru, you require 130.
Should start in the bullseye. And we had the privilege to see you do the bullseye challenge earlier, so I didn't have an awful lot of confidence of that going in, Scott.
No, me either.
99.
And the crazy
Chris, you
thing is she's one of the best
require
bull hitters in the
111.
world, isn't she? But we'll let you watch the bullseye challenge. I won't spoil it, because Gilliland is a dart away from victory.
71.
Bends the wire there. That
Makuru,
was
you require
unfortunate. And Suzuki,
36.
double 18 is a go-to double.
Game
Yeah,
shot
takes
the
it
fifth
out
leg.
again. So she's
Makuru
now starting to
Suzuki.
find a bit of range on the outer ring.
Sixth leg. It's Chris
Plus
to
for
throw
Gilliland
first.
is that he's
Game
already
on.
broken the Suzuki throw, and he's throwing for the match on his own throw now.
100.
I like them three darts. I think when you've got the darts for the match, you're just telling yourself for a 15 darter, one treble a visit. That's the minimum. You're making your opponent at least score a ton.
60.
Advantage Gilliland. That dart's not ideal. I'm surprised he didn't go down to the 19s.
30.
We show some fantastic camera angles here at the MODUS Super Series, and he throws the flattest dart And again, if you were with us yesterday, if Gilliland does miss the treble, he loves it to be underneath, whereas totally opposite for Suzuki.
135.
The traditional, where if she's going to miss just above. This is getting interesting, Scott. You can see, I'm surprised again. He should go downstairs, you feel.
60.
Great angles that you can see the eye line, what the players can see. Like an aeroplane landing in last second, coming from a great height.
66.
She was unlucky with that last start. It caught the flight of the one in the treble 20 and diverted to
95.
the fives.
And 140 here makes this match. She will stay there. Both of us are in agreement here. The treble 19 you feel would be the shot.
100.
But that's the reason why she stays. A superb last start. Superb.
Yeah, if you got that one in your repertoire, I think we can understand why she now stays there. Described it yesterday as a sort of a higher launch to the
60.
roof and a
Makuru, you require 140.
flatness of the parabolic arc changes. She loops one over.
She needs to loop one right now, just to the right-hand side. She doesn't want to bust here, so she'll be looking at tops.
100.
Well,
Chris, you
this
require
game has had
156.
absolutely everything. Numerous attempts at this 156 as well. Suzuki will be back for 3-3. And guess what? She would have the dart in the last leg.
38.
There was a stage in this match
Makuru,
where Chris
you require
Gilliland was
40.
1-66 to win.
Game
And
on
a
the
3-3, that is not the case
Makuru
now.
Suzuki.
No, after opening up with struggling to hit a double, she's now hit 3 on the bounce, 3 out of 3.
It's Makuru to throw first. Game on.
It's now Gilliland doing all the stretching.
Interesting at the stretch when they're losing, isn't it? It's okay when you're winning.
59.
It worked for Suzuki. She's now reeled 3 legs off after the big stretch. Or the Macarena, as I called it at the time.
Yeah, my best mate in darts, Dennis Corbin, always seemed to flex
41.
his shoulder after a 45. He was always okay after a 180. Hope you're watching, Dennis.
Dear old Dennis, flex his shoulder, hold his shoulder, anything to make you think that he was a bit like a lame
85.
dog in Trap 2.
It can't have been easy carrying his wallet anywhere, but Gilliland just sat under that treble here. He'll need a treble. Suzuki is 100 points clear here.
60.
What a remarkable turnaround this is. Can she see out the job?
60.
I might have to owe everyone an apology because I said to the referee, Eddie Mason, this morning, there was an awful lot of 4-3s, very competitive. It's not always the case the next day as well. However, the first game 4-3, this has gone the distance. This group 3, there's not an awful lot to separate these 6 players. Wouldn't it be great for the group for Suzuki just to get underway? And would we see the best from her then?
No, I agree, but she's giving herself opportunities
41.
here and she's not really taking them. And the longer it goes on, the longer you think Gilliland is going to get this and grab this leg by the scruff of the neck and hit some scores here at some point,
100.
get himself right back in it.
Well, we called this group a seesaw day yesterday. This match is flip-flopping from one to the other.
66.
And those first dart made Suzuki a big favourite. Darts 2 and 3 means Gilliland with one big score here. Unbelievable.
55.
Why these players are not going down to the 19s when you can barely see the board. She needs one of her tons.
41.
Not to be. Gilliland here just needs to turn that corner. And he's more than done that.
139. Mikuru, you require 149.
We were waiting for that, and now here we go with Suzuki. Treble 20 in, treble 19 coming. Oh, yes. It's double 16 for
Game.
the match.
Shot.
What a shot. Mikuru Suzuki. She gets her first win on the board. Thoroughly deserved. She started, you can see the relief on her face. And that big smile is what we want to see more of. A 149 finish against the top of the group. Gilliland. So there's the averages. Nothing between the two of them. But it's that 4 out of 8 on the checkouts. Turned out to be 50%. And the 149 last leg. You couldn't have scripted it. It's Mikuru Suzuki. She wins 4-3.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Mikuru Suzuki found herself 3-0 down against the pace setter in Group A, Gilliland. Brought the game back to a last leg decider before then firing in a 1-4-9 in the last leg to win 4-3. So that's her first points of the week. Next up for us, Carl Sneyd, who perhaps went under the radar a little bit yesterday. And now, because of defeats for Haruki Muramatu and Gilliland to kickstart the day, could go level at the top of the table if he gets a better of Gilbert van der Meyen, who picked up 2 wins from 5 on day 1. Watching this one down in the commentary box is Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry, and very well put, to be fair. This man in your picture, Gilbert van der Meyen, I'm looking forward to seeing how he plays today. He was on debut yesterday. A lot of the information I'm getting from good people around him is that he is the real deal. He's prestigious young talent in his teenage, represented Holland, but then, like many players, he probably went about 10 years without playing competitive darts, but has been with the management team now
100.
the past 18 months, and they have real high hopes for him. And there was enough for me to see yesterday with him that he's can throw a mean dart.
93.
And we do label day 2 as Moving Tuesday. And if I was asked the question this morning, which player do you fancy to to do really well, it would be Gilbert.
57.
However, Scott Mitchell, Carl Sneyd, we have barely mentioned him. And a win here for him, and he would join both Muramatu and Gilliland on 8 points.
93.
Yeah, we kind of mentioned he went under the radar a little bit yesterday because of his up and down form, and he went so
41.
far under the radar. I think he was like a mole under the ground even, you know, he wasn't even on the surface. And he still managed 6 points. That's the gritty determination that the man has. So
140.
Yes, we were waxing lyrical about him after his first game, that's for sure. A nice 84 winning average, and then just went quiet
95.
for a couple of games, including a very low average in his second match. But in his penultimate game, just shy of a 90 average, finished the day with victory over Gilbert with an 83 average. It was a job well done in the end for Carl.
yeah, that 84 average looked like his sort of steady, solid B game, didn't it? And we expected him to go more, but he didn't. He went the other
Gilbert,
way,
you
but he still
require
managed to win a couple of
105.
games to keep himself in the group.
48 left, so it's double 16.
89.
Quite efficient in those
Carl,
types
you
of finishes,
require
is Gilbert. He
108.
had 110, 121 finish yesterday. Sneyd's got a dart at double 14.
Game shot on the first
Sweet
leg.
as a nut.
Carl Sneyd.
Just going back to that game before with Suzuki there,
Second
that was
leg, it's Gilbert to
big
throw
win
first.
for her
Game on.
counterpart as well, with Muramatu losing the first game 4-3.
99.
It squeezed everything up at the top of the table, Group A, here on day 2. And
100.
should Carl Sneyd manage to get over the line here against Gilbert, he will go up there on 8 points.
95.
This is a live score match table as we stand.
So stay with us.
137.
Just enjoy a fantastic day of darts. And the past 2 legs, we've seen the highest finish from Akira Suzuki with 149, and the highest finish so far in the competition for Carl Sneyd with that 108. That blistering 170
56.
finish yesterday from Christopher Toonders. That was a real special moment.
$58.
I must admit, I haven't spoken an awful lot with Carl. Last time he was here, he gave me an awful lot of information about himself, but very softly spoken. What I really like is that he saw the
Gilbert, you
positives from his
require
first time here at the MODUS
152.
Super Series. Group C he was in last time, so will he benefit from having a week here? Only time will tell. Well, he's just checked out his
41.
first 100-plus finish of the
Carl, you
week so far
require
with a 108.
108.
Can he replicate? He's got a chance. Double 16 this time.
Game shot on the second leg.
And it's like a
Carl
United
Sneyd.
bus. You get no 100-plus finishes and then 2 come at the same time. For the past 3 legs now, 1 from Suzuki, 2 from Sneyd,
Third leg, it's
all with
Carl to throw
100-plus
first.
finishes.
Game on.
Go figure.
As my dear old friend Wolfie would say, let's just start, Scotty.
Didn't know he was German.
59.
Yeah, with a touch of Arabic.
$60.
You'll have come across Carl, won't you? Dorset versus Lancashire this year.
140.
Yeah, I have. It's a weekend I'm trying to forget, if I'm totally honest. It was our first weekend in the
92.
top ensalants of county darts, and we had a bad result there, 24-12. It was a baptism of fire for us.
44.
It's sort of, we've learned from that. Managed to get a couple of wins since then. One over our great rivals, Hampshire. Massive rivals. They've always been our
140.
sort of big arch enemy because they've been in the Premier for so long, and
Such a strong side for Dorset to beat them as well.
absolutely, you know, it was we had to be on our pomp, and We were just about, but you know what? That Premier Division, you've got to win by, it's the bonus points that count, and we've got to work on that. But winning in the Premier League, nobody thought we'd even be there, let alone winning there. So we're absolutely cock-a-hoop about it all.
I can tell with the passion in your voice.
Gilbert, you require
Well, we've seen a couple of 108 finishes in this game already. And Gilbert joined the party with treble 18 for double 18.
73. Carl, you require
66. Carl, we think that at least I'm going to get a dart here for a 3-0 lead. He's actually got 2 darts, double 12. He's just double checking that.
It's hard to hit that second double
54.
after you missed the first one by so far.
Gilbert, you require 36.
Took the beans off the throw, didn't he? And it sort of drifted the arc of the dart.
Game shot on the third leg.
Dropped.
Gilbert
And
van Meijden.
that was music to Van der Meijden's ears.
Yeah, I like Van der Meijden's
Fourth leg
response
is
there as
Gilbert
well.
to
Just
throw
that little
first.
fist pump. They're
Game on.
the little things. And Carl's just pointing to his head there. He maybe felt he should have just stood back from the treble 14 when he wasn't sure. I'm a big believer that your decision-making should be behind the hockey in a sense that don't make it while you're stood there because you're using all tension and anxiety in your body. Just step back, a la Rob
59.
Cross, and then attack the double that he needed. And that's what I think he'd be thinking in hindsight he wish he'd done.
Yeah, we spoke about opportunities and what
100.
the ADC brings to the Super Series yesterday, and these are probably 2 guys who absolutely fit the bill for what we're talking about, and right on cue.
180.
Just have a little look here at the averages, and Super Series brings this opportunity
59.
for guys that may not quite have the finances to do full circuits and full tours, and because of situations at home. And it's just great to give these guys this
44.
opportunity for them to show everybody what they've got.
For amateur players right now, the MODUS Super Series is the place to be. I don't think I've ever sat in this chair and not
93.
mentioned, like, for the Northeast players, which I can only use as the example, you know, the excitement. I mean, it was the Northeast qualifier on Sunday, and, you know, unfortunately, I was driving down to Portsmouth.
94.
I was involved with a
Gilbert,
lot of
you
the players
require
there, and
114.
just really excited for them as well, because they all want to be here. And the pair of them, when going for the treble 18, they're just
42.
drifting into the fort.
Carl, you require 124.
Gonna get a dart at the bull, you feel. Or is it double 11? It's double 11. And now this time he does the a la Rob Cross. Will it make any difference?
102.
Bent the
Gilbert, you
wire.
require 72.
Although it's not a wire, it's a blade these days.
$70. Carl, you require 22.
I don't know how to answer that. I want to say that was a good miss by not hitting the 9, but you're then obviously giving your opponent a chance.
This is virtually impossible. If this goes in, it's going to be the dart of the week so far.
Game shot in the fourth
Did you
leg.
call that? Did you
Carl
call that,
Sneyd.
co-commentator?
Did I get one right there? Apologies to everyone who had him down to miss
Fifth
there when I
leg,
said if
it's
this
Carl
goes.
to throw
But
first.
Carl Sneyd, let's just look
Game
at the positives for this man right now. We have spoken about all 6 players, but I think the least player we were talking about yesterday, and he's quietly but effectively got on with his job.
81.
And right now he's a leg away from joining top of the table, Gilliland and Muramatu. Good moments for Sneyd. He just needs to see out this game against the dangerous Van der Meijden.
57.
Very nice, acceptable averages. He's got a lead, Sneyd, and he just wants to get at least a treble every
43.
3 darts, so he'll be frustrated with that. Chance for the Dutchman.
100.
It can be a fear when you get 3-1 up to think, wow, you know, if I don't quite do it this leg, you can't even think anywhere near that negatively, can you? I remember I did it on one of my first lake sides
57.
with Daryl Gurney, and I went 2-0 up in the last set. Well, that's all right. You can have this one. I'll win on my own throw. And And I had a deflection in it, 22, and the rest is history. He went
92.
on to win it, and I went on to suffer my first round loss at Lakeside.
There's so many avenues open for you, Scotty Dog. I'm asking you to go get to a gold event for one of the WDFs and get yourself back there and go and make some more memories. Edgar's adamant he's going to qualify. He's going to be there.
140.
And I'll be in the audience if he does qualify. Booing him, of course.
Yeah, I think he will. I mean, he's already got, because it's a 2-year table this year.
139.
He's got
Gilbert, you require
points in the bag
112.
from last year.
Well, Sneyd is looking for points in the bank. However, double 16.
80. Carl, you
Is
require
that his final
60.
3 darts? Carl Sneyd, that carrot is dangling, joining top of the table. It's tops. He loves double 10 once again. Just getting himself ready. Just getting the heart rate down. Can he execute? No, he
50.
can't.
Gilbert,
He
you
put
require
too much
32.
emphasis on it. Whatever he did, it didn't go in, and it's 32 coming in for Van der Meijden. Oh, he thought it was in. He's dipped his toe in the water.
Game shot
And
in
you
the fifth
don't
leg.
usually hit it when you
Gilbert
do
Van
that, but that
Meijden.
is a class bit of dartistry there from Gilbert Van der Meijden.
Sixth leg, it's Gilbert to throw
What
first.
is it about these comebacks
Game
so
on.
far? Apologies again to the referee. There won't be as many 4-3s, I said today. Doesn't often work like that.
57.
This group is tight.
If you said that last
59.
night and this continues, I've got a feeling that in the production warm down later meeting, I've got a feeling you're going to be thrown on the floor and
83.
get bundled.
There's no one big enough.
137.
Great dart again from Sneyd.
$99.
Very much in the balance here. Surprised he didn't start in the 18s, and it could be the fact that he's been dipping into the 4.
140.
And I like that. I know he's left a bogey number, but I quite like that decision making there from Carl Sneyd. Should be the 18s now.
98.
Yeah, I like
Whose
that.
position would you like to be here?
I'd probably like to be in Carl's, actually.
Absolutely. 88 left if I've got my maths right, Carl. So treble 16. I think that treble 20 is just covered too much.
97.
He just fancied the
Gilbert, you
68 finish
require
as well. That was sort of plan
164.
B. This would be special.
And that's why I fancied Carl's position, because he had a chance to pressure Gilbert's position, and Gilbert now in turn has a chance to pressure
124.
Carl's position, which he has
Carl, you
done
require
quite
68.
magnificently.
Double 18. What a
Game.
game. What a
Shot.
finish.
And
What
the
a player
match.
Carl Sneyd is.
Sneyd.
He's not been getting the headlines so far, but I tell you what, he's moved right at the top of the table to join Muramatu, to join Gilliland. Very nice numbers from both players, some good finishing, some good scoring. Sneyd is on the march. And next up, it's Chris Gilliland against Christopher Toonders.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Carl Sneyd has taken full advantage of slip-ups from the top two behind him to create a three-way tie at the top of the table. He got the better of Gilbert van der Meyen by 4 legs to 2 before the break. That rounds off the first round of fixtures. Round 2 is the battle between Chris and Christopher. It's Gilliland up against Toonders. Toonders got the better Haruki Muramatu by 4 legs to 3 in his first game. And if he gets the better of Gilliland here, 4 players will all be on 8 points. Watching this one down in comms, it's Glenn and Scott.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And first of all, let's just look at the day so far for Chris Gilliland. I mean, he did lose his opening game yesterday, then went on to win his next 4 games.
Game on.
However, when I walked in this morning, I just fancied he was going to begin to start running away with this group here. Then walked into the most incredible comeback from Mikuru Suzuki, who was having her own problems, missing doubles, and then that
100.
sensational 149 finish. He got the applause there from Gilliland. Whereas Christopher Toonders, the guy we're all sort of falling for at the moment, a real character on the hockey. He will, where's his heart in his sleeve? He opened up with a good win against top of the table Haruki Muramatu. But you just sense Gilliland will have gone back, and luckily for him, he's straight back on the board after that defeat to Suzuki. And it was about this time yesterday that he really put his best performance of the day. And will that be the same again today?
Yeah, dare I say that this corresponding fixture yesterday was 4-3 to Gilliland at this point in proceedings.
3-1, wasn't it? Yes, it was an incredible match between the pair of them where after 4 legs, Chris Gilliland hit the double for 3-1 and turned around and shook the hand of Toonders. And we had a moment where Toonders had darts for the match. It was an incredible day. Gilliland looking good in this first leg here.
96.
The 12 darts to leave tops.
Not forgetting that Toonders hit the big fish as well.
125. Chris, you require 40.
Well, I had the fireworks yesterday. It's been a great start so far from Gilliland. Can he see it out? Yes, he can. 13 darter. Certainly no hangover from that game with Suzuki. And you just sense he means business in this match.
Second leg, it's Christopher.
Sometimes you have to look at yourself in the mirror and go, that was then, this is now. My destiny is in my own hands.
133.
Yeah, I talked an awful lot about Christopher Toonders yesterday and his throw. I mean, I'm a big fan of this throw, by the way, of Gilliland. The way I see a dart being thrown is
140.
He does an awful lot right. Just the mechanics of the arm doing all the business, where with Toonders, you can see him flying around the hockey all over. But he said to me this morning, the more he's flying around, he's actually more in rhythm. And that's the way he likes to play darts. And for me, I like an awful lot about that. Very simple, very upright.
140. And
tick-tock of that arm like a pendulum clock. And you can just see by the nose on the advertising sign there, the way he moves around on the hockey.
46.
But for him, that's the way he throws.
Yeah, if you're flying around like that, and that's the way his career is going to go, he's going to have to learn. The likes of Chris Gilliland are not going to be rushed, and it is part of the art of the game.
You require 142.
Of making sure that you can get your best game out there, and you have to do whatever that takes.
984. Chris, you require 116.
You'll start in the 19s. And believe it or not, that's not ideal. So he has to move right across the hockey. He's probably just looking at that left-hand side. That's a beauty. Tops.
76.
Bent the blade.
Christopher, you require
I'm going to start
58.
that saying, bent the blade. That dart at tops. That one, bent it from the inside. So that's in.
Toonders.
And it's 1-1 here. Christopher Toonders finishes off nicely with 1 dart.
Third leg, it's
Let me just touch on how magnanimous Gilliland does, the little fist pump. And Scott, when you're in this group here, you're going to be spending an awful lot of time with certain players, and you build bonds, you build friendships. We talked yesterday that these
83.
two probably have never met each other, and by the end of the week they'll become good friends or involved in that stonking game yesterday, which had pretty much everything.
57.
And I just really liked that little fist pump there from Gilliland. It was a nice touch.
Yeah, very much. I mean, you talk to the guys in the old days, the Bristows and the Wilsons, you'd have never seen any of that going on. They would not
100.
show any sign of gratitude nor weakness on that board. It was a good firm handshake at the end of the match. Well done, mate. And you'd walk away.
140.
Again, it's another way that the game has changed from back in the day.
$36.
Yeah, for the first time, he just felt he was hanging onto the shirt tail of Gilliland as Toonders, but all of a sudden now, he had the chance here. Hasn't taken
45.
it. Yes, I'm more and more adamant. The more he goes above the treble 20 for Gilliland, his next start has to be down to the 19s. This is nice.
140.
Leaving 119 Toonders there, and he's already hit that once today in game 1. It's funny when that happens because you get a good feeling about it before you go to the board as a player. Oh, he had a good feeling, but not good direction
41.
there. Treble 1 with the second dart.
Chris, you require 137.
Oh, that was an absolute fantastic effort. And again, the modern way to go on that 137. Beautiful dart from Toonders. I'm enjoying this game. That's the composure I've been searching for with this young man. Can he see it out? Yes, he can.
Game shot on the third leg.
And I know he was watching his games back yesterday, and I just felt sometimes when he gets down to a double, I like the way he plays. I like the freedom. I like what he does. But I'm a big believer in that you just need to get your composure on the doubles, just get your breathing and everything right. And he just took a millisecond just to give himself
83.
That. And that double 12 makes him favourite for this match.
$60.
It does, but the captain of Northern Ireland will not go anywhere. It's why he's the captain.
99.
Let me just give you a couple of scenarios now. Did not expect Gilliland to lose his first 2 games if he was to lose this match. How would he respond? He's the big favourite for Group A, remember.
100.
But this was not in the plan for today.
But like myself, you've been a player. This is a situation where we can sit here and watch it and know that this is
80.
about how much pressure you put on yourself. Sometimes it's not about what your opposition is doing to you. It's what you're thinking in your head about, I can't lose 2 on the trot to start the day. I was top overnight.
58.
And you can force that situation to happen with your own mental thoughts.
Yeah, that's why I like to read the body language. And he's not giving off that vulnerability. He's not giving off that overthinking. I think there's a little bit of frustration the way that game with Suzuki went. Where he looks very calm and composed still. As demonstrated in diagram B.
180.
This is beautiful.
129.
Absolutely beautiful
Chris, you
darts.
require 103.
And the way Toonders is playing right now, you feel for Gilliland, this needs to go.
So after 180, number 9 for Gilliland, he's now chasing a 103. And double 12 coming in. Oh, my word. What a 6 darts from Chris Gilliland to get him back here at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Chris.
Our averages once more.
Game on.
Just a reminder, in his second game, yesterday, Gilliland, he did produce that fantastic 101.90 average. And game 2 today, going into the 5th leg, he's now averaging 102.49.
He also hit 2 ton pluses yesterday, a 110 and a 121.
82.
Now added a 103 to that resume.
I like the fact he's now going down to those 19s now. I think that should be coming into his
96.
practice regime of, even if you don't necessarily go higher than the treble, just getting used to that transition, that balance of going from the 20s.
45.
And Toonders is prone to these lateral drifts. It's just part of his game, and he needs to tidy up the consistency for me. Gilliland, good moments for him at the moment.
Momentum
80.
is the word you're looking for there, Glenn, I believe, in this situation.
95.
Stop going in the treble 5, he's saying to his darts. He likes to have a little chatter he does to the dartboard. I like the bullseye with the last dart here.
51.
Yeah, me too.
139. Chris,
What a
you require
response that is
134.
from Toonders.
It's been a good game, good pace, excellent finishing from both players. But very much in the balance right now. And them two darts don't help.
40.
Chance for
Christopher,
Toonders.
you require 140. $100. Chris, you
And the
require
whole dynamics of the
94.
leg changes with that treble 20. Does Gilliland change his plan, his strategy for this 94? Very aggressive, snoring. Christopher, you will be back.
54. Christopher, you require 40.
After all the good work Gilliland has done and the momentum that he had at the start of the leg, Toonders has a chance here to blow that out of the water. And he
Game
does
shot in
it
the
last
fifth leg.
start as well.
Christopher Toonders.
Super last start from Toonders.
Yeah, he's very likeable. Very,
Sixth
very
leg, it's
likeable.
Christopher to throw first. Game on. $59.
I'm not being hypercritical, but at 59 there, if you could have just opened up with a big ton 40, then Gilliland will have been feeling it with that last dart going in the double 5 there. Once again, it's just another game that's flip-flopping. That term of it being a seesaw group here is just every game seems to be the same. Superb response from the man from Dortmund.
Yeah, mentally, Toonders knows that this is his best
60.
chance to win the game right here with his own throw. If it goes 3-3, he's then got a break, and sometimes it mentally makes you over-try that first
26.
throw, and I think that's what we saw with him with that 59 visit with the first throw. If he'd have gone with the momentum of what he'd done and not thought too much, maybe he'd have opened up with the 140, but Gilliland's not going away here.
85.
Yeah, just a little bit of frustration there because that first dart was just so right for Chris. Toonders what he would give. It's that lateral drift into 5. I think he'll point to that dart again.
46.
Yeah.
Going back to that, though, Glenn, when you've got that first treble 20 in and you've still got 2 in your hand, you'd back yourself 50-50 to hit it one more time with one of the 2 you have in your hand. And that's where the frustration comes in that situation.
85. $95.
And when I talk about the
Chris, you
replication of
require
throw, I'm telling you, he threw 3
146.
different darts there, and he'll never know because he's just in a total and utter rhythm right now. Needs the treble, doesn't get it.
57.
And for
Christopher,
Toonders,
you
this
require
is for the match. It's a
135.
special finish, the 135. And he's got a chance. Treble 20.
99. Chris, you require
Super last
89.
start. One that Gilliland would not have liked to have seen. So it's 20. Does he go for the treble? Yes, he does. It's double 5.
79.
Another
Christopher, you
fantastic
require
game.
36.
It's been seesaw once again.
27.
That was a penalty in
require
South
10.
America on the football. They'd be going, ay.
Game shot in the 6th leg.
Surprise, surprise.
Chris Gilliland.
Yeah, going all the way with the 4th game in, and only the 3rd game's the one that hasn't gone to 4-3.
7th leg, it's
I
Chris
don't like to
throw
say it, but I
first.
did say at the start
Game on.
of today's game was 4-3. I'm just saying. Can't wait till Lady Mason gets back to you, mate. I cannot wait to see your first conversation with him.
There's that dart just over the treble again.
59.
Very similar to what Toonders did when he was serving out for the match. But when opportunity knocks for Toonders, just
41.
doesn't grab the opportunity with both hands in that previous leg. Now Gilliland becomes a big favourite. He's got the darts. He's got a very small lead.
$95. 140.
Well, before those 3 darts, the bookies had this man a big favourite in this last leg decider. But for me, and again, he's just going above that treble. It doesn't suit him. Stays there, perseveres, and what a cracking
100.
dart that last one was. Beautiful. Absolutely outstanding from the young man.
180.
Yeah, when you see the pretty lights go, you know somebody's hit 3 in the lipstick.
43.
And when someone does that and you're struggling, you just seem to
140.
find the wise. He just needs to keep it simple now. Love that. I really like them darts.
100.
Oh no, I'd have fancied that next treble. First one looked lovely for me. He played safe. Last time he had 3 in his hand, he didn't take it.
58. Christopher, you require 40.
For the match. Das is
Game,
good, Christopher. That
and
is
the
lovely,
match.
lovely dart.
Christopher
Another terrific
Toonders.
game. And Chris Gilliland's day has just gone from bad to worse. He was top of the table overnight. And there he does. He loves the camera. He loves the celebration. That smile is infectious. And that's a beautiful win for the young man. Lovely averages throughout. Pepper in the 90 average, 103 average from Gilliland. He's got plenty to think about. Toonders is up and running today, 2 out of 2. And next up is Haruki Muramatu against Gilbert van der Meijden.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We call Tuesday a moving day for a reason, because we now have 4 players pride to the top on 8 points. That was after Christopher Toonders got the better of Chris Gilliland in the last leg, decided by 4 legs to 3. He's beaten each of the top 2 overnight in the league table and puts himself in a very good position. However, Haruki Muramatu, he could become the first player to move on to 10 points if he gets the better of Gilbert van der Meyen. And watching this one is Glenn and Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Now, we've had a flurry of
it's Haruki
4
to throw
threes
first.
this
Game
morning.
on.
This was a 4-0 yesterday in the favour of Gilbert van der Meijden. So,
60.
what do you reckon of this one then, Glenn?
Well, I'm going to go to some of my messages. Big thanks to people getting in touch.
134.
One says Gilbert is not on his level. He's a 180 machine, Glenn. We are top of the league, and the reason is Gilbert. We have Jerome Mioch in the league, but the most 180s comes from this man about to throw his darts now in a league with PDC players like Owen Roloffs, Martin Kleemerker. So he said it's just that stage at the moment. He's
57.
here for that experience, but they still feel he's ready to explode and still got plenty to say. It's not going ideal, but he has the right credentials
45.
to suddenly burst into life.
I actually, having watched him
58.
over yesterday and today, I would totally agree with that. It's quite a. I would probably rapport him with like the likes of Kleemerker. He's a very
100.
similar thrower to that, and he just gets on with it.
And let's be honest with you, he'd be thinking he'd be frustrated he's only on 4 points. Listen, a win here, he's 2 points behind the leaders. It's just one of those congested groups where nobody wants to get to 10 points. Well, this man throwing the dart right now has the opportunity.
100.
These types
Gilbert,
of finishes have been going today. Gilbert has had this type of finish. It's not to be this time. Chance for the
52.
man from Japan.
Haruki, you require 56. $36. Gilbert, you
To be
require
on this
60.
visit for Muramatu. Is he going to rue missing that chance?
40. Haruki, you require 20.
And Haruki did not look at those darts. I said it was a big 4-0 victory
Game's on
yesterday
the
for
first
Gilbert
leg.
against Haruki.
Haruki Muramatu.
You could just see there Gilbert desperate to get to the Yoki there because he's a super quick player, but
Second leg, it's Gilbert to throw first.
all eyes on
Game
Haruki
on.
Muramatu. And right now in the in-play table, he becomes clear first place and would go to those 10 points.
92. $100.
Slight change of equipment there from Muramatu by the looks of things. I think he's using a different stem.
59.
Yeah, you would think that would surprise you. Think things are going well, but that's what dart players can do. Yeah, it does look a different version, doesn't it? It looks like it's making it a longer dart as well.
100.
Yeah, I think he had it was a silver aluminium type stem he had in the match before. Maybe he's gone out there and tried a little bit of something,
58.
or maybe he's feeling he's getting a few deflections maybe, and this looks more of a quiver type stem.
$84.
He's a heavy favourite with the bookies in this game in the in-play. Remember, if you're having a flutter, please gamble responsibly. Gambleaware.org.
94.
And him being a heavy favourite in this game is quite a strange one because he went down 4-0 yesterday. No, he didn't have the darts, but
100.
Yeah, I like the way the darts are flying. I don't think if it's got anything to do with a flight stem combination he's doing, or if he's just beginning to settle. You've got to remember both Haruki and
92. Haruki, you require
I
170.
remember
come a long way.
I remember some fella called Littler came here and said that the throw didn't quite suit him, so he changed to a sort of stem and then started in everything. So something that old boys that you and I just do not do without 4 days practice.
I remember, I remember Peter Wright changing his darts for the Premier League because of the big arenas and
61.
just the
Gilbert, you require
airflow.
70.
Was in, so he put 2 grams on his darts. Well, chance to get back in this match for Van der Meijden. Double 16.
Game shot
And
in
when
the
he's
second leg.
Navigate
Gilbert
across
van
the
der
board in them
Meijden.
types of finishes. That's why I really fancy that 112 finish in the first leg. He looks really
Third
good.
leg, it's Haruki
Just
to throw
pure
first.
instinct when he plays.
Game on.
Yeah, when he has one dart in his hand at a double, he tends to go with the flow and finishes it off. And
136.
can be the Achilles heel for many players with 3 darts in their hand and knowing that they're going at double top and walking around in a circle behind. And you then start to watch what your opponent's doing, and 180 goes in there.
180.
Well, like I said, he's had 41 80s in his league, which we were talking about earlier. This 180 machine, there he is.
81.
And I don't care who you are. There's not many people who've just come here on this stage, and you've got to get used to the surroundings. It's different. You know, you're playing 5 matches in the day.
94.
I know day 1 I came in and the second I had an energy bar after game 2. It still didn't help the results, but, you know, you start learning as you go and what's best for you. And, you know, fatigue can kick in Group A, that's for sure.
100.
Yeah, for me, it's always a chocolate bar when I'm losing. And as you can see, the result is I've lost a fair few games.
100.
I'd have had 8 Mars bars. Great dart. You'd expect a 140 after that first one. Oh,
81. Gilbert, you require
well,
127.
Paul Hinks is here for Saturday night. And we're going to see the 127 in game. Possibly.
94. Haruki, you require 103.
Treble 17 incoming. Not to be this time. Heads across to the treble 10.
67.
Applies pressure.
Gilbert, you require 33.
Oh, we mentioned that Haruki was a big favourite after that first leg.
25.
Someone as
Haruki,
good
you
as Gilbert
require
missing a big number.
36.
It is my pet hate.
Game shot on the third leg. Haruki
It's my
Muramatu.
pet. It's my pet hate too, even when you're scoring. If you go for a treble 18, minimum requirement
Fourth
is to
leg,
hit
it's
an
Gilbert to
18.
throw first. Game
You know,
on.
it's one of those things that if you keep the game simple, the game becomes simpler for you.
Single is a must. Treble is the
56.
bonus.
Sometimes single is a must and treble can be a bust.
100.
Now I'm just looking at Haruki's scores of 100 in this game. 8. I mean, a bizarre statistic for Makuru this week.
41.
The amount of scores of 100. That's been replicated by Haruki in this match.
60. 93. 136.
Yeah, good moments for Haruki. He just felt the momentum was with Gilbert in part of that third leg. He withstood that. And the
56.
traveller's visit there from Van der Meijden means that Haruki Muramatu is in a fantastic position in this match right now. Doesn't seem like any player wants to get to that 10 points. Well, Haruki's in a fantastic position right now. May use the ball.
105.
Yeah, nicely done. We're finding the bullet 25 being used more and more. We're seeing players using it between sort of 80 and 85 when their opponent's back on 100,
Haruki
300,
require
250 to leave
100.
themselves a 2-darter.
Yeah, first saw that by Peter Manley in the day. But a lot of the board management now, the younger players, the modern way of playing this game.
68.
been to a few
Gilbert, you
academies
require
recently.
156.
So the future's very bright, and it's just seem to be playing the game so different.
60. Haruki, you require 32.
Goal 16 coming in for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot
There
and
it
a full
is.
flag. Haruki
Nicely done.
Muramatu.
Yeah, very little reaction for inside. As
Fifth
Gilbert
leg,
was sat
it's
there on a
Haruki to throw
two-darter.
first. Game on.
And the good news for Haruki, if it does go the distance in the last 3 legs, he would have the darts twice. And that realisation for Gilbert that he's not playing and producing his best darts, but that's what the MODUS Super Series is all about, Gilbert.
101. $99.
Sign of frustration, that last dart.
100.
Just look at the times he's scored. A ton, Haruki.
94.
That's been the difference in the match. It just keeps you right there, doesn't it? Your opponent's always under pressure.
43. 57.
Nothing coming back from the Dutchman. As I mentioned, he's been a model of consistency as Haruki. And this is exactly what he needed. He'd be disappointed with the last start, however. You can see that winning line, can Muramatu. And now we're finally going to get a player at 10 points.
60. Haruki, you require 130.
Well, it's 6 starts from here. It's his to lose from here. Surprised at that. But I'm not surprised at that
Game,
bullseye finish there from Muramatu. He is the first player to go to 10 points. He goes clear first place. And what a way to do it. A 130 finish. The man from Japan is absolutely flying right now and putting himself in fantastic position. As we just look at the stats there, just under 90 average, but a beautiful finish to win. Next up, it's Mikuru Suzuki against Carl Sneyd.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Haruki Muramatu took out a 130 finish to get the better of Gilbert van der Meyen by 4 legs to 1. That means he is now the first player on to 10 points in this Group A campaign. Mikuru Suzuki got her first win of the week last time out, beating Chris Gilliland by 4 legs to 3. She takes on Carl Sneyd to beat Gilbert van der Meyen by 4 legs to 2. Victory for him will see him join Muramatu on 10 points at the top of the group. It's getting very interesting indeed in this Group A campaign. It'll be interesting to see how things pan out. Let's see what's going to happen in this one with Glenn and Scott.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, both players on your screen will be happy with the way that they've started today. Mikuru Suzuki, lovely 149 to finish her game off.
First leg, Mikuru to throw
4-3 and
first. Game on.
Carl Sneyd, we saw a definite improvement with his first game. A couple of 108 finishes from him. So the ton plus finishers now face head-to-head in match 6 here in Group A on day 2.
Yeah, been looking forward to this game, actually. Like I said, Carl Sneyd is just somebody who's just under the underbelly at the moment. He's just doing his own thing. And again, he can go join top with a victory over Suzuki. And I just think that fantastic comeback winning that sensational 149 finish against Chris Gilliland might just, for Suzuki, just to get her going, it would be fantastic for her to get in the mix as well. It's a very congested group.
41.
But a slow start from both here.
Said earlier that Gilliland was playing Mikuru, and Mikuru was at the bottom
100.
of the group and seeing it a great opportunity. Could Carl Sneyd fall into the same trap here?
Well, a big win for Suzuki here, and she goes off the bottom of the table as well. And as we've talked about, just going into that players area, when you're having loss after loss, I mean, yeah, I was a touch embarrassed, and you know, sort of going back to the players area and looking at that table where
100.
You know, Suzuki's a proud champion, and if she can just go back and see her name just into 5th place, we could see moving Tuesday be all about Mikuru.
97.
I think already she's throwing a little stronger as well, Glenn. It's a little more of a positive throw and flattening that parabolic arc out from arm to board, and makes it
58.
easier to judge where the dart is going. She looked a little bit more confidence when you're throwing a little bit harder.
And I think that's where the 2 points might have helped as well with that. And
100.
probably just a bit
Mikuru
more relaxed.
Requires 140.
She's at it again.
100. Carl requires 66.
These are the types of finishers. Hours and hours of practice in this type of finish.
48.
Because if that goes, what a
Mikuru
difference this match is. Because the way
40.
Suzuki's playing, you'd expect it to finish. However, doubles has been a problem.
And they are again.
Carl requires 18.
Hard to say with what she did to finish that last game, to come in and then start with 3 in your hand again and making a mess of it.
Game shot.
And then that last dart
Carl Sneyd.
from Carl Sneyd hurts.
And so we're also thinking as
Second
well,
leg
Scott. I
is
mean, that
Carl
was
to
so
throw
close to
first.
double 13.
Game on.
The thought process for Carl Sneyd now, maybe it's my day. Because that could have very, very easily trickled into the double 13.
Yeah, because he's had the situation
123.
yesterday where I don't remember people missing against him yesterday.
$85.
Premier League this week, Scott.
58.
I've got to do a little video as well of who I think will win. At the bottom half, you've got Michael Smith, Michael Van Gerwen, and Luke Humphreys. Do you think the winner will come from one of those four?
100.
Or do you think the top half, where there won't be that huge battles, Who do you see winning week 1?
I think that everybody's talking about that big game between Humphreys and Littler, and we're talking about sort of the weaker part of the draw being the top end. It's just something about MVG that he's going under the radar a little bit. Nobody's talking about him taking this first week, and the way that he thinks, we know what he thinks like. We've been around him and how he carries himself. He will be in that back room making sure everybody knows that he thinks he's having it and trying to get in their head, I believe.
$125.
It's a fantastic time to be a dart fan, isn't it? So much darts come up the Masters, Premier League, the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. Pro Tours are starting soon. And I'm in none of them.
51. Makuru requires.
There you are, you're in the commentary box.
$44. Carl requires.
I can see the strategy
69.
for Suzuki now. She's going to go 3-0 down and come back and win 4-3, she's thinking. 54 left for Sneyd. Again. Missing big numbers.
29.
As Glenn punches
Makuru
chair.
requires 104.
Again, Suzuki. That one looks perfect for the second.
56.
Didn't quite go her way, and
Carl
those 3 missed darts
40.
the previous leg seems to have set her back a little again.
Game
Well,
shot.
he's doing absolutely nothing special here, Carl
Sneyd.
Sneyd. All he's doing is just seeing out this game right now. He's leading 2-0 without being at his blistering best.
Third leg is Makuru to throw first.
Not what we expected from
Game
Suzuki
on.
in this game. I thought she'd be on a real high from a first victory and that sensational comeback. It's all about that man, Carl Sneyd, right now, without being brilliant, Scott.
No, absolutely, and sometimes you deserve a bit of luck.
100.
We get to see a 140 in this match so far. Right on cue, does her.
120.
Right on cue, does her. Well done, mate. Just let it happen, will you?
I'm getting a reputation of being a bit of a dodgy tipster.
60.
Is that what you call it? Fair play.
Out to saying I like the treble 19 with that first dart covering there, but a lot of these players are staying on that treble 20 bed.
Give me a number between 1 and 20.
41.
20.
I won't be putting that on my lottery ticket this week. Thank you very much.
$140.
The first 140 of the match. Glenn stayed quiet.
Hurrah! I thought the second was just kind of coming along like a London bus there.
Been a real masterclass of big finishes there. So when that first treble 20 went in, could have gone elsewhere there, but you can understand when you see the score you're on, it's just natural to stay on the 20 bed.
$100. Carl requires 75.
Curry puts herself back in the mix with that ton. Sneyd will get a double.
55.
Just a
Makuru
little bit of a
requires
late release there.
100.
Didn't get the timing perfectly well. He seemed to be reaching for that dart. Will it be 2 tops from Suzuki?
$60. Carl requires 20.
For a 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the
Well,
third
yesterday,
leg.
Scott, the double 10, I thought had a
Sneyd.
magnet in it because everybody was smashing in the double 10. Today, I don't think anybody's missed that double 5. That was a fabulous start from
Fourth leg,
Sneyd.
it's Carl to throw first.
One-way traffic.
Game on.
Yeah, absolutely right, mate. Couldn't agree more. The double 10 Looked like it was on a string.
93.
At 3-0, you start to do things that you don't do when you're 3-0 down, don't you? Those last darts start to drop in. But also your opponent starts to
100.
throw with a bit of freedom because they think the game is gone.
Yeah, and let's look at the previous game for Makuru against Chris Gilliland, who raced into a 3-0 lead.
26.
Yes, that's the one thing. That's the one positive she'll be thinking right now. And I've been here before.
$100.
For Sneyd, he just wants to run out of this game.
Just a little look at the score stat there. Once again, Makuru
60.
3-0 down, but look at those ton plus shots. She's ahead on those. I'll leave it there.
140.
Well, you're better than me. That'd have bounced out.
Come through the screen and hit
60.
one of us on the thigh
Makuru
with the way that your luck is.
161.
Sneyd's fallen
46.
asleep in this leg. Remember, it's his darts. Would be a breaker throw here for Suzuki. Should go to the treble 20 bed. Does.
92.
Leaves a finish. But still very much in the hands of Makuru.
115.
Yeah, and Sneyd would have seen that last game where when she got a little ahead of momentum going. She managed to claw that 3-0 back.
41. Carl requires 170.
I have to say that was a bit of a mess from Suzuki.
83. Makuru requires 74. Game shot on the fourth leg.
3-0 down in her
Makuru
previous game.
Suzuki.
She checked out in something very similar, very clinical.
$59.
Here we go. She's at it again. This is what she does.
180.
The fifth of the week.
$78. $28.
Sneyd can't wait to get to the hockey. For me, I just think he needs to get himself together.
58.
Recompose. You can see the frustration there. He's in total control of this match still. Suzuki knows how to fight back from 3-0 down. She's on the up right now.
134.
She sure is.
$81. Makuru requires 99.
Go on, Suzuki. Put a flake in it.
$43.
There's no reason for Sneyd to fall asleep like he has. Can you? Is he just thinking of that going top of the table? Had he had the match won in his mind? I tell you what, it's very much game on if this
Makuru
finish goes.
requires 56. Game shot on the fifth leg.
Nicely done
Makuru
again from Suzuki. She motors on
Sixth
into
leg.
leg
It's Carl to
6.
throw first. Game on.
What was your Sneyd joke I was giggling at yesterday? Forgot it.
100.
He sneeded that when he hit a double.
Suzuki motoring and Sneyd did that. The one-liners from Scotty Dog Mitchell keep on coming.
Yeah, just one at a time, though.
100.
I need to let my brain calm down again now.
A lot more focus in the throw here at Carl Sneyd.
96.
When you're serving out for the match, you always ask yourself for at least one treble. He's doing that. The consistency from Suzuki around about that ton mark. Once again, 12 in this game. But when she needs it
41.
most, chance here for Sneyd.
Suzuki around about. You're brilliant, you are.
140. $42.
Definitely Sneyd's to lose from here. As you can see, can't wait to get to the hockey again. He just needs to compose himself, keep it very simple now. There's that one
93.
treble. This has been an extremely professional final leg here. He'd be hoping for Sneyd. Suzuki way, way back.
$55. Cole requires
So 72 then for Sneyd to take the match. On the 16s route. Topped it is.
32.
Nothing Suzuki can do about it on the 2-6-3, but she can put some pressure. Been a funny old group here with some of the finishers when they've got 3 darts in the hand.
125.
Does that make Sneyd think?
Cole requires 40.
Tops to take it. Tops to go join top. He loves double 10.
32.
He drifted.
Mikuru, you require 138.
Curry really here is going to go treble 20. Surely she'll stay there and try and get a dart at the double 9. No, she didn't.
How were you there, Scotty Doug?
98. Cole requires 8.
No more chances, Sneyd. His heart will be racing now. And he handles it very, very nicely.
And the match.
And look what it
Cole
means to him. That
Sneyd.
relief at the end, because Suzuki was there right behind on top for a big win for Carl Sneyd. He moves to 10 points. He puts the pressure on Haruki Muramatu. He's doing very, very nice. It was a tidy finish at the end. There's the numbers, and we move on to the next game. It's Gilbert van der Meijden against Chris Gilliland.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're on day 2. We're getting the need for Sneyd as he gets the better of Mikuru Suzuki by 4 legs to 2 before the break. 6 games down. This is what's happened so far. Really good day for the Lancastrian, who has won both of his matches so far. As far as the top 2 going into today are concerned, Haruki Muramatu losing his first game, recovered to beat Gilbert van der Meyen in his second. But for Chris Gilliland, well, he was top of the table overnight and has lost both of his opening matches in last leg deciders to Mikuru Suzuki and Christopher Toonders respectively. Gilliland in action then in our 7th game. He takes on the Dutchman Gilbert van der Meyen, and he himself is looking for his first win of the day. Who can get on the board? Let's find out in the company of Scott Mitchell and Glenn Dummett.
Yeah, thanks, H. Absolutely. Gilliland is needing to stop the rot, I would say, is what we call it in the dart playing world. He's got to stand up here and start to be counted. And Gilbert also, he's looking
First leg, it's Gilbert to throw
try and
first.
stop
Game on.
any momentum or head of steam that Gilliland can get up in this match.
It's been a strange old day, and if you said to me as we go into
100.
Game 7 that these two players are still searching for their first win of the day, yeah, I would have said that you're way off the mark. I expected Gilliland to really kick on today. I think he is the star of the show in Group A, and he put himself in a lovely position yesterday. And like I said, with Gilbert, the information we were getting is like really looking forward to seeing him play. And moving Tuesday for me was about someone like Gilbert van der Meyen in the sense that he was getting used to his surroundings. But it hasn't gone well for either player, which puts added impetus, added interest in this game, because I fear for the loser. And will it be a kickstart for the winner? I think they like the pace of each other. And it's a great start from the pair of them so far.
Yeah, I agree.
100.
Van der Meijden, the way that the group works here, he's now on. This is his 3rd game in 5, and that's lovely if you're winning those games and you're in front.
56.
You can't wait to get up there. But when you're trying to stop the rot, so to speak, you sometimes need a little bit more time between the games to help your head allow that to happen.
137.
Yeah, he'll have a heck of a wait after this game, so
require 25.
maybe that he's putting all his effort into this one. 888. That's awkward, hence the reason he moved to the right-hand side of the hockey. And I'm telling you what, he was looking at the top part of that 888. That was a fabulous darter, going precariously close to the 16. Waiting for the brilliance of this young man.
Game on.
But as Scott Mitchell said yesterday, the MODUS Super Series is a marathon, not a sprint.
97.
You want to be peaking come Saturday night, and he could have a major part to play, whether it's in Group B, Group C, or if he can run through the card, you'd have to feel now. I don't think he can afford any more losses, Gilbert, if he's going to top Group A now.
93.
Yeah, so when I played in Group A myself, I was thinking I wanted to get to sort of 7 or 8 wins as quickly as I could and put yourself in the mix, and you don't want to be losing 2 on the bounce and things like that, because that's when you start to get problems within the group mentally for yourself. So that's what I aimed to do, so that you were there and thereabouts for that last day, the last half of that last day. You still had a chance.
Yeah, you sound very much like Matt Edgar, who had a clear strategy. It's not just about getting up there. It's, you know, this is what he wants to do. This is his target. This is what he wants to be at after a certain amount of games. So there's a real strategy out there for these players. And like I say, that strategy's gone out the window with a couple of defeats for the pair of them. Good, sensible play there. However, the execution.
81.
When you do bring a strategy into the game, sometimes the element of that removes the fact that you concentrating on who you're playing. You're starting to play the situation, 60. And I think that's why
83.
strategy type players look at it that way.
Yeah, if you said strategy to the word Martin Adams, you'd say what you're talking about. I just play the next player. I try and hit the next
43.
treble.
Martin's one of those that he's on 117, his opponent's on 365. He will still go for the bullseye.
Game on the second leg.
Very enjoyable game so far with a pair of them. A game that it's a must win.
Third leg, it's Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I definitely see the Martin Kleermacher that you say.
92.
Very tall, very elegant, big scorer, super quick. But does not tick the box for many, many Dutch players.
Yeah, very much so. Jimmy Van Schie being one that just
82.
comes straight to my head. Having played him recently.
$100.
We must be getting the draw for the seniors soon, mustn't we, Scott?
Yeah,
Any
absolutely.
idea when it is?
Yeah, absolutely. Look forward to that.
140.
Do you have a preference when draws are being done? Because I don't. I don't worry. What happens, happens.
I'd love to go on first. I've been putting me on quite late on a Saturday night, and I'd love to get the 1 o'clock start. Might take me back to my BDO days. I used to like to get the job done, get back to the hotel while everybody else. And I tell you what, Scott, and my mind then goes back to you versus Hogan.
81.
Putting stratospheric averages
Gilbert,
up, and I was thinking, oh my God, I thought the seniors were meant to be quite straightforward. You were both averaging close to 110 for the first couple of sets.
104.
Yeah, we do enjoy playing each other, Paul Hogan and I.
Yes, he bashed me up, and as he shook me hand, he said, I've waited 7 years for that on the stage. I thought, right.
I was only talking to him about him
Gilbert
that on Friday.
41. $33.
Once again, missing
Chris
big numbers.
requires 115.
That will frustrate Gilbert. It is a sign that he needs to clear that out of his game very quickly, because this would hurt. 58. Only just creeps in. And you know what happens when you just creep in the single? It smashes right in the middle of the double, and that will hurt Gilbert van der Meijden by a big stretch. And for Gilliland, he's been looking for that catalyst. He's been looking for that spark. And you just see by his head movement there, maybe that's the moment that Gilliland gets back to where he wants to be.
Absolutely right. Talked it in. Bringing Red Rum home
85.
at the Grand National. Fair play to you. That was number 20 you said again about the lottery numbers, wasn't it?
58.
And speaking of Paul Hogan, so then I was sat here and Paul Starr invited me down to his house and we went to watch Somerset
95.
versus Berkshire. And guess who was sat right at the front of the stage a day after he beat me?
And where did you stay? Right by the bar, out the way?
Right at the back.
Oh, hello, mate. How you doing?
$100.
Yeah, good game this for Chris Gilliland. For me, he has the high ceiling of the six players. He's demonstrated with some
84.
fantastic 102 average yesterday. He was peppering that 100 average in his previous game before the wheels fell off. And right at this moment, he's averaging just shy of 102 right now with these darts.
105. 92.
Myself and Scotty
Chris
Dog have talked about the psychology of the game, and I think Gilliland will be thinking, I know I've got these type of darts in the locker, I'm just not producing it on a consistent enough basis. He's got to keep believing.
51.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And if he feels he's doing things wrong at the moment and he's
45.
40 plus ahead,
Chris requires 65.
he shouldn't be thinking that at all.
I think the good people around Gilbert need to tell him what the MODUS Super Series is about as Gilliland looks at this double 16. I still think there's enough
33.
that I've seen from Gilbert that he can
Gilbert
still be a
requires
major force this week,
164.
whether it's in Group B or Group C as well. And it'll take good people, maybe someone like a John Locken, just picking up the phone to him and just remind him how good he is.
94.
Family and friends, because I've seen enough, but
Chris
just beginning to
requires
see his head go
32.
down behind Gilliland at times here.
Game shot in the fourth leg. Chris Gilliland.
I think we all know with Gilbert van der
Fifth
Meijden
leg,
that
it's Gilbert to throw first.
he's
Game on.
here to learn. He's here to learn, and he'll be learning more. And it's an age-old saying, but he'll learn more from the games he loses than the games that he wins, and that will come to the fore for the future when he plays after here.
He probably won't feel that. He won't sense that up there. He'll be dejected the way he's played. Hence the reason, like I said, he is a big scorer. He's
100.
He's got the fundamentals right. Like I said, once you get on that stage, it's a little bit different. But look, how many stories have we seen here at the MODUS Super Series where people have a disappointing Group A campaign and then
55.
go and do something really special in Group C or Group B?
But also, do you not see that about your own career as well? We've all been here in this position. You know, when it's happening to you, you think you're the only one that's ever been here that it's gone wrong for, and it's been hundreds and thousands of us that's happened to this, and you go on and still see them later down the line as on the television at World
85.
Championships and varying things that are
Gilbert,
on now.
you require 125.
Treble 20. The tops.
105.
The finishing's been so good, 100 plus today, that I think we both expected that one to go in, but Gilliland a long way back.
$60. Gilbert requires 20. Game shot on the
He's
fifth
back in this
leg.
match.
Gilbert van der Meijden.
How many times have we said, can Gilliland serve out for the game?
Sixth leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Quite
Game
simply
on.
for Gilbert, he has to break, then hold.
$50.
That wry smile, Scott. Is he going back to the Suzuki game?
I'm not sure, but all I do know is those two trebles in the wrong
100.
area give Gilbert van der Meijden a bit of a lift. And the psychology of it, he then goes in, van der Meijden, and hits a ton,
97.
puts the pressure back on Gilliland.
$100.
They're both hitting it with a last dart, and that can really hurt the opponent. This match is still in the balance, especially after that dart there from Gilliland. Remember the scenario, if Gilbert is to break here, he would have the dart in the last
78.
leg. Still all to play for here. Look at the eyes, the determination. Not once did he take it off the target area. Can he execute? Yes, he can. Game on.
134.
You'd almost be a kid's animation builder.
125. Gilbert requires 167.
Seeing the 170. We're not going to see the 167 here, but he can set it up.
95.
He'll be happy with that.
Chris requires
He'll feel he'll get at least the dart
151.
to take it the distance.
Yeah, nice last start there from
Gilbert
Gilliland.
requires
Really puts
72.
the 72 under. Should get a dart.
52.
Did get a dart. I feel it a couple of
Chris
times there with that
requires
last dart on
32.
tops. He's rushed it a little.
Rushed. Exactly my sentiments as well as Gilliland for the match. And Gilliland gets back
shot,
to winning ways.
and the
He
match.
joins the players
Chris
on 10 points.
Gilliland.
Another seesaw battle, but he sees it out in the end as Chris Gilliland. He's not showing too much emotion, but inside of he absolutely delighted. And you can see Gilbert shaking the head. Good numbers, both averaging over 92. Once again, another 100-plus finish. A very enjoyable game. As next up, it's Christopher Toonders against Mikuru Suzuki.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're following a slow start to the day. Chris Gilliland has got his first win of his second daily campaign here at the Live Lounge in Port. A 1:15 finish helping him en route to a 4-2 victory against Gilbert van den Meijden. The player of the day so far has been Christopher Toonders. He's won each of his opening 2 matches so far. He takes on Mikuru Suzuki, who picked up her first win of the day against Chris Gilliland in her first encounter of the morning session. Let's see how Game 8 is going to pan out in the company of Scott and Glenn.
Thank you, Henry. Yep. That was a nice game. You've just missed if you're just joining us. Between Gilliland and van der Meijden, a couple of 90 averages and tidy stuff.
First. Game on.
As Henry has just alluded to, Mikuru Suzuki got back to winning ways in her game earlier, and
46.
Chris Toonders has won both of his. It was a 4-3. Oh,
125.
this one last time out yesterday.
125.
Both have opened up nicely here.
140.
It's been racking my brain who this man looks like. And I've just worked it out.
44.
Louis Spence. Remember the dancer? A day and a half I've been thinking, who does he look like?
Well, I think that one's wasted on me, fella, because I can't see
60.
it. Hang on, I'll try squinting at the screen. No, unless he does a pirouette, nothing really.
Well, the way he likes the
45.
camera, Scott, he may do that with a 9-darter or something. I was disappointed for Suzuki in the previous game. I think in that first match of the day, it was just, it was a real, the fact that you come from 3-0 down and then had a real opportunity here. So I wasn't so sure what type of performance we're going to get here from Makuru. Toonders is so up and down. I mean, he's had a great day so far.
91.
But he is one of those players where I still see this as a real 50-50 game.
Yeah, particularly
41.
confidence of Makuru having got on the board. On the points table.
95. Makuru requires 50.
Oh, missed big number this time. Those 3 darts just pretty much sum up Group A
88.
campaign so far. Done all the work, had the opportunity, let the opponent in, and Toonders takes charge.
Game shot in the
He
first
was
leg.
second best throughout there, was Christopher.
Toonders.
And then that sublime treble 20, a great marker on the double 14.
Second leg, it's
And
Makuru
he's dying to
throw
look at the
first.
camera, isn't he? Come on,
Game
give me a
on.
pirouette.
He's not listening to you, Glenn. He's not listening. Once again,
60.
Suzuki left the door open. And Toonders booted it down with both feet. Took the 88.
78.
Those little shots, as you said earlier, they're little confidence builders. As you start to do them early in the game, you start to think, I can do this every leg.
Yeah, well, Toonders had 2 victories today,
60.
both gone the distance. 2 4-3 wins. Fancy his chances now. He's 1-0 up in this game. He's a real feast of famine player, isn't he,
134.
Scott? I mean, from 180, from the sublime to the ridiculous at times, but a real joy to watch. I'm a big fan.
As we say,
140.
he's got a bright future as well. Let's not forget, this is just the start. This isn't the finished product at
100.
all.
60.
For a fella like Toonders, Suzuki having been a
59.
former world champion, there is an element of a target on her back because she is so well known from her couple of wins, and being a world champion,
140.
you tend not to be
Christopher
forgotten.
requires 130.
Small fish. Bullseye.
91. Makuru requires 41.
For fear of repeating myself, this has been the issue. He's sticking by that double 16 route.
9.
Wire.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Christopher
blade,
requires
blade.
39.
Yes. Blade.
21. Makuru requires 32. Game shot in the
1-1.
second leg.
I think Toonders is
Makuru
enjoying himself so
Suzuki.
much. He just wants every game to go 4-3. He just can't get him off that stage. But I was just sort of looking at the background of
Third
Christopher
leg, it's
Toonders.
Christopher to
He
throw
gets a
first.
development tour winner,
Game
Scott.
on.
And in that win in the quarter-final, he beat a certain Luke Littler.
41.
No, I'm going to have to go on the internet and see about this Luke Littler fella you're telling me about. Not somebody, I've heard much about, particularly recently.
60.
I think if you look hard enough, you might even find a little story in OK Magazine. Have you ever been in OK Magazine, Glenn?
42.
I don't think they want to see my semi-detached property in Middlesbrough.
Nor mine. Nice little bungalow with more moss on the roof than in the lawn.
60. 100.
Did like those 3 darts there. That's the consistency and composure I like from Toonders. Like you said, he's very raw. I think he's got a very bright future. Clearly loves the game. I think the appetite is there. I think the application, the practice, the preparation won't be an issue for this man. You can just sense that he's enjoying playing.
58.
But with that rawness does come that inconsistency. You're not really sure what you're going to get from him. He's in a good position here. He's won his opening 2 games. He'll have fancied his chances. And then all of a sudden, he joins the top 3 on 10 points. If Toonders is to win this match, we'll have 4 players on 10 points.
100. Mikuru requires 141. $94. Christopher requires 160.
Much better from Suzuki, averaging mid-80s. Fancied that, didn't he, Scott?
96. Mikuru requires 47.
Strange line of thought to come out there for me. Mikuru still sticking to that side of the board, and
Mikuru Suzuki.
I suppose there's only so many times you can miss that side.
If at first you don't succeed, try again, says
Mikuru
Suzuki.
To throw first. Game on.
The fear of my poor tipping skills, I didn't think this was a real 50-50 game.
45.
Proving to be a very inconsistent Toonders, who's had a couple of wins today, remember, both 4-3. Who's to say this game isn't going to go the distance as well?
After winning that leg with the momentum, she'd have been looking to grab a hand for the throttle and take off into the distance, but unfortunately, she's hit the kill button.
85. $81.
Yeah, when he brings that dart, when he has that backswing of the throat, he looks so much better. When it's a short and stabby one, he's just that late release there. He's let go of the dart.
41.
And he's chasing after it, and that's when I think you'll see that balance issues that he's got. He's fascinating to watch.
96.
Yeah, agreed. He's turned the throw and some here, Toonders, with that elegant throw.
60.
He's in a good position here.
140.
So sweet, so pacey.
Elegant, Michael Smith-esque in his pomp.
Yeah, and there's so many Michael Smiths out there in these academies
85.
now. You know, people used to stand and throw.
84.
Now everybody wants to throw exactly like Michael Smith.
52.
Well, he went
97.
for double 16 on that checkout there, Toonders. This is for 2-2.
Game's on the fourth
Once again, it just creeps into that double there. Another enjoyable, enthralling contest between two players hardly being separated
Fifth
here.
leg, it's Christopher to
Could
throw
just be a real
first.
moment of magic
Game
that
on.
could separate these two. Or would it be the fact that Toonders does have the darts in this match?
Yeah, you mentioned the academies earlier, and obviously
47.
since the phenomenon of Luke Littler, we are finding a boom in new faces coming along to these academies up and down the country.
36.
Which once again only has to be good for the sport. Talking to Chris Gilliland about, across the Irish Sea and what's going on over there. And he said,
140.
to turn up to a tournament and there may be 8, 9 that are capable of winning the tournament in the whole field. He said, that's probably gone out to 30 now. It's having an effect everywhere. We've talked about it being overseas and down in Asia, but it's happening even closer to these shores.
Well, when you talk about Gilliland being captain of his country as well, my mind then goes to Neil Duff. I was really impressed with Colin McGarry when he was here. I thought he was superb, and
60.
he was my pick for the week and was just pipped at the post at the end, but really enjoy. I hope we see Colin back here again.
61.
Yeah, another likeable fella. Spade is a spade. That fella says it as it is.
100.
Just sense it's a very winnable week this week. I find out I do like the fact that the final name is Justin Hood. Again, I'm a huge fan of the way he
33.
throws and plays the game. But I've been privy to have a look at the names for next week as well. And don't miss next week, that's for sure. It's going to be a beauty.
I'm starting to feel left out
60.
here. I haven't seen that list.
Christopher requires 161. $41.
Wouldn't make a poker player, would he?
No.
59.
At the end of the day, I don't play
Christopher
cards. He wants to be a poker player.
120.
It's a game of luck, surely.
$60.
Yeah, absolutely nothing wrong with those
Makuru
darts, Christopher. Take them out. Sometimes you don't get the
126.
rewards with a well-thrown dart. You've left yourself a 2-darter. If you come back, it's double 6. Breaker throw, huge moment in this match.
120. Christopher requires
Had that
60.
gone, momentum would have been with Suzuki. We saw her hit a 149 earlier. She's going to get to
40.
go back at double 3.
Makuru requires 6.
Oh, Toonders had done the hard work with that first dart. It was perfect. Suzuki unexpectedly comes back. She has to be aggressive with the last.
3.
Oh, that was over aggressive. Half-heartedly, she's probably hoping she's not going to get to come back.
20.
Now has a little look at the scoreboard. See Toonders there on double 10. He will work his way in, and that's exactly what he's done. Good ball management again. Did nothing silly with the first dart. Oh, a bit of Taylor-esque there, biting the flight.
6th leg, it's Makuru to throw first. Game on.
Just a reminder, Christopher Toonders' first game, 1-4-3. Second game, 1-4-3.
100.
That's going to be the same again here. Are we going to see a real moment of magic from the man from Dortmund, Germany?
123. $60. $140.
Puts himself in a fabulous position, 100 ahead. What can the miracle do?
60.
Chance.
Chance to stretch that lead.
56.
Not taken, so 140 here from Makuru will put her right back into it.
It was a very tight affair between the pair of them yesterday,
100.
remember. Toonders just getting over the line for a 4-3 victory. Suzuki having darts in that match.
58.
I don't know about you, Scott, but that just looked a little bit nervy. I wonder if Suzuki's picked up on that. She would have to break him in the last leg if it does go the decider. May use the bull here.
85. Christopher requires 124.
Nothing on now. But
84.
that was a hurtful
Makura
last start
requires
for
96.
Suzuki.
Will he be back for the match? Treble 19 needed. Yes, he will. And when opportunity
40.
knocks, he's been a little
Christopher
bit scrappy with 3 darts in his
40.
hand. But this is for 3 wins out of 3. And for 4 players to be at the top of the table on 10 points. Can he take it? Yes, he
Game,
can.
shot,
3
and the
wins out
match.
of 3 for the
Christopher
German today.
Toonders.
He's doing it the hard way. It's a huge sigh of relief in the end. And for Mikuru Suzuki, once again, another tight affair. There it is for the camera. He loves the camera, remember. Well, he's on 10 points. He'll be delighted when he goes back. Nothing really to separate them there. Toonders just held his own right at the end when he needed to. It's Carl Sneyd up next. He plays Haruki Muramatu.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a big game we have ahead of us now. Carl Sneyd up against Haruki Muramatu. We can have a look at the league table because, as you can see, 4 players tied on 10 points. That was after Christopher Toonders got the better of Mikuru Suzuki by 4 legs to 2 before the break. The other game in this round saw Chris Gilliland beat Gilbert van der Mine by that same scoreline. But the winner of this one will go top of the table outright, will move on to 12 points and put themselves in a very good hand going into the final couple of fixtures of day 2. So Haruki Muramatu, who began today on 8 points. Carl Sneyd began on 6 respectively. Carl Sneyd has kind of been going under the radar a little bit, but has now really put himself in the limelight. Who wins game 9? This is a big one, and it's being watched by our big game duo, Scott Mitchell and Glenn Durrant.
Well, thanks for the big lead in there, Henry. We hope we can live up to that reputation. As you say, this one, somebody has to
First
go
leg,
top.
It's Cole to throw first. Game on.
Both, we would have said first thing yesterday, it's something we wouldn't have expected from either.
Yeah, I think you got the experience of Haruki Muramatu. Wasn't fantastic when he was at the MODUS Super Series last time, so it's a pleasant
57.
surprise. He's got the pedigree. He's a really solid player. PDC Asian champion in 2023, which led to an appearance at the Grand Slam and at the World Championships
97.
against Carl Sneyd, who was quietly confident yesterday. He really enjoyed his time at the MODUS Super Series and learnt a lot, and I think that's really important. And my mind then goes to
60.
someone like Gil van der Meijden, who may come back another time and produce his best start. So it's a good surprise for the pair of them. And like I said, the winner of this game would
59.
go clear to 12 points, and that's exactly what you needed as we sort of get to that middle part of day 2 and you start thinking
60.
about the permutations for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We talk about darts, and the most exciting thing about a game of darts, the 100 average
80.
while another guy's going 100 average against it. The most exciting thing for me about darts and results of matches is the fact that you don't know who's going to win. That's what keeps it interesting, no matter what the average, and that's what keeps it
100.
exciting. And this group just has that written all over it.
Yeah, nail on the head. I think you're absolutely spot on. It's a nice and simple way of putting it, and I think I couldn't agree more.
45.
I still think 4 players are in that room thinking this is mine for the taking.
$100.
Pretty straightforward victory, yes, for Haruki against Carl. Average well over 91, 4-1 victory.
60. Carl requires 124.
Listening again to Matthew Edgar and to Jim McHugh and guys like that, where they said these head-to-heads are important. As Sneyd looks at the bull,
91.
so Carl Sneyd be thinking, well, yeah,
Haruki
you got one on me
requires
yesterday.
160.
It's my time today.
But that's natural to us as a dart player, isn't it? You don't like to lose 2 on the trot to anybody. It doesn't matter whether you played him at the Dog and
Carl
Duck Monday and then you're in here on
33.
Thursday having a good go at it on the telly or whatever. You don't want to do it. We spoke about Hogan earlier. It's and yourself. It's that. That's what darts is.
That's 7 years and it was still in his memory. But remember, when you just to say hit the big number.
13.
Cheers, Carl.
Haruki requires 60. Game shot
Battle
in
of the
the
double
first
tens
leg.
in that first leg. And you see
Haruki
Carl shaking his head.
Muramatu.
That realisation's just kicked him because double tens his favourite double. If you're giving him 2 darts
Second
in
leg,
the
it's
first leg, he'd
Haruki to
expect
throw
to take it.
first.
He knows the
Game on.
importance of this game. Remember that guy we've just seen in the picture, Carl Sneyd? He's the one that's not going to get the headlines in this group. And had a big opportunity there to lead this match 1-0. And once again, Haruki, he is taking up those scraps.
We spoke yesterday about the camaraderie and a bit today about in the back
100.
room and the 6 players. With Haruki and maybe Makuru not having a great grasp on the English language,
44.
would that help them in this situation because they wouldn't know what was being talked about maybe so much in the back room, or would seeing other people having a laugh and a giggle, maybe at yours and I expense, say, in the back room,
59.
would they understand, or would that sort of hinder them thinking, oh, they're laughing at something? What are they laughing at?
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic there because I'm just looking, I see the fist pumps between Gilliland and Toonders, and maybe they've sort of bonded together. Gilbert's first time here, maybe he's going to be quite shy in that back area. But again, going back to experienced people, win or lose, you can win or lose games in that players area. When I was there, Conan White had barely threw a dart. He was suffering with his shoulder. Someone like David Davies and Chris Landman was never off the ball, just smashing
60.
180 after 180, and you're thinking, well, I don't fancy facing him today. So the dynamics in that players area can be, and even at the elite level, you touched on Michael Van Gerwen. He walks in there,
100.
chest out. You just know when he walks in there, and you can You know, a lot of the games are just done not only on the hockey, but backstage as well, as Muramatu looks at 157.
97.
Yeah, I
Cole
totally get
requires
what you're saying there.
142.
It's touch on it again in a moment once this is done.
92.
Well, it was a 60 checkout in the first leg for
requires
Muramatu.
60.
He laid up with a beautiful big fat 20. Does it the same, meaning he doesn't have to move.
20. Cole requires 50.
I do like that. I'm a fan of people just composing themselves there.
Game shot.
Here's the question, is he going to overthink the situation?
Sneyd.
Because last time he did that, it didn't work for him. Wasn't it evenly matched once again?
Third leg, it's Cole to throw first.
With Carl so
Game
far
on.
this week, sometimes I think he's quite happy to go at tops and be under it because of how good he is with tens. And nice to see him there, giving it a full good go. And maybe we said it's a
59.
power issue when you're throwing and you're sort of overthinking and you don't quite throw it with the confidence and it drops under. Maybe it's that. But yeah, we were talking about the rooms and the player
26.
that I remember going to the Grand Slam and things from the BDO as a bit of a not a young pup, but a raw type person. And Mr. Taylor would walk into that
97.
room and he'd have like a Ready Brek. Those of you that are old enough to remember the Ready Brek adverts, there was like a glow around him and everybody in the room. He opened the door and everybody in the room turned around and go,
42.
"Oh, Mr. Taylor's in." He hadn't thrown a dart. He's only taken his coat off. He hasn't got a shirt on yet, but you knew he was in the room. He had that presence. And it's a rare sight now
100.
to see something like that because who actually has ever dominated like that?
And believe it or not, mine was a local tournament when Phil Nixon walked into the Cleveland arena from
81.
from Durham, and he walked in. It was that I don't think it was too long after the Martin Adams incredible final. And yeah, you sort of was like, wow.
100.
No, I totally agree. And locally for me, it was like, going to the Hampshire Open and walking in and seeing the likes of Les Wallace and Kevin Painter. And you just stood there and watched them like an absolute, well, like a bit of a
91.
mong I did. A
Cole
proper
requires
anorak sort of fan.
145.
I'm watching these guys, Colin Monk, Andy Jenkins, and now you kind of know them all on a matey type basis. It's darts is a strange old game.
Yeah, I remember walking in and absolutely beautiful setup play from Carl Sneyd.
125.
Just as Scott was talking, I was just looking at his performances at Q School and Challenge Tour recently, and he's definitely upping what he's been doing this year.
100. Cole requires 20.
Double 10 again then for Sneyd, and
Game shot.
yeah,
in the
used the
third
first
leg.
dart beautifully there, but
Sneyd.
that one was kind of closer to the double 10 than he was in the previous attempt when he missed it.
Fourth leg.
So the
Haruki
gap
to
really
throw
wasn't there.
first.
It was either hit
Game
the
on.
dart and go in, or it just couldn't have missed really using the barrel on that occasion.
For the first time this week in the in-play
60.
table. It's just a reminder that only if Carl Sneyd wins this match would he go top of the table. But for the first time this week, Carl Sneyd would be topping the table.
24.
I'm saying, just been looking at his results there, certainly around the 80 average, mid-80 averages at Q School and the Challenge Tour. So he didn't come in here in sparkling form. He was quietly confident when he saw the groups that he's in with a
140.
chance here.
Like we said yesterday, when you come here from a county like Lancashire and you play Super League there and local tournaments there, they're you know what I mean? It is an
100.
absolute hotbed of darts and big names. And I remember Josh Brooks being here once on a finals night and doing 200 averages and didn't get out of his group.
59.
Yeah, prolific on the ADC is Carl Sneyd. Hence the reason why he's here. So that sensational match practice he's getting on a weekly basis to produce darts like that.
180. 100.
And for Muramatu, one of his real positives when he's been involved in scraps like this, he's usually come out on top. That is all about timing, and right now the
93.
timing for Sneyd is...
Haruki, you require 142.
It's looking positive for him.
$45. Carl requires 104.
Double 12. He looks cool. He looks calm. He also knows the importance of this double 12. That was for a 3-1 lead. You can see the disappointment, the shake of the head.
97.
This would hurt.
Game shot.
The technique, Scott. You know,
Haruki,
the precision of that treble 19, the setup play on the tops. Wow, that was a real good moment for the man from Japan.
So what's Sneyd thinking now? He's missed double 10 with 2 darts. In jumps Muramatu. He's now missed again a double 12. And he's jumped again. It starts to play on your mind, doesn't it? You start to think, I cannot give this fella a chance. And when you start thinking about your opponent rather than yourself, that's when it can start to unravel.
And like I said, Muramatu seems to win these scraps.
44.
Disappointing start from the pair of them in this vital 5th leg. Remember, it's Carl's darts. He wasn't punished with that opening score of 41. But a couple of trebles there.
123.
That'll settle him down again nicely.
$125.
Just a really, really tight group. Each match are evenly balanced. And that's why we're getting so many 4-2s and 4-3s in this group A campaign. There's a great leg of darts from Sneyd.
$100.
Hanging in there. Muramatu just trying to get himself. He knows if he can get there. Oh, that's a lovely setup from Sneyd. He doesn't want 1 dart a double before Haruki gets there this time. He wants a handful at it.
140.
Just a reminder that he's still there from Muramatu.
58.
Once again, don't miss the big number, first of all.
I have another number between 1 and 20.
38.
That was a mess. A beautiful setup play, the 139.
92.
To follow that. And we know what usually happens with Muramatu. 81 left. This is going to be difficult with just 2 darts in your hand. Can't be done now. Chance for Sneyd. You can see the relief.
40. Carl requires 20. Game shot on the 5th leg.
Nicely done there from Sneyd. It would be easy there to have flashbacks with all the darts that he's been having.
6th leg. It's
double
Haruki
10
to throw first. Game on.
He's 3 from 10 on the doubles is Sneyd, but he won't be too worried about that. He's 3-2 up. And he knows now that he's got to throw with a bit of freedom. And now 60. Try and return the pressure on Muramatu, which is what Muramatu's been doing to Sneyd on his throws.
140.
Yeah, that score of 140. It's looking good that we're going all the way. It's the tightest group you've been involved in the comms box. I mean, it just makes tomorrow, it's going to be fascinating, isn't it? Every single game is going to be crucial.
Yeah, I think one of the early times I came in, I think we had a group that went down to the last 3 games with 4 could go through. And I didn't realise the importance because it was one of the first times I was here. I thought that happened every week.
51.
Yeah, I'm just looking at averages. That Carl Sneyd's ever produced. And a certain Scott Mitchell is in twice in his top 6.
100.
Scott Mitchell had a 98.35 against him in a challenge tour and a 94.16, you big bully.
Absolutely. And I took his crisps on
93.
the way from the
Haruki
board as well.
requires 100.
That's a very Danny Noppert pullback as Haruki there, but that's all just a little bit of a mess until that
72.
final dart there. Sneyd is already thinking of the next leg.
Yeah, he is, and that's exactly what I'd be thinking, like, and trying to
96.
loosen my arm up,
Haruki
free my
requires
arm up.
28. $14.
Far from
Carl
convincing
requires
there for
150.
Muramatu.
He's been really good in them sort of scenarios as well. It was a surprise, but won't be punished by Sneyd.
60. Haruki requires 14.
This is nervy.
Game shot on the 6th
Absolute
flag.
beauty, isn't it? An
Haruki
absolute
Muramatu.
beauty from Haruki Muramatu there. He looked a little bit nervous on the 28. And then first 2
Seventh
darts looked
flag,
real
it's
blockers.
Carl
He only had a
to throw
certain
first.
part of that double 7 to hit.
Game on.
Peach of a dart there at that double 7.
$59.
Couple of ghost throws in the background there. Seem to be doing the trick.
140.
Muramatu.
Sneyd right behind him. He can't wait to get on the oki.
100.
Nothing in it.
It's like Paul Starr's wallet.
$122.
Experience, Scott. He just seems to do well in this type of situation. This is better from Sneyd. He's just hanging on in there.
140.
He's not going away here, Carl Sneyd. He knows he's done enough to win this game. He's now just having that last push to keep Muramatu under pressure. Oh, those two hurt after a 5, don't they?
Yeah, but it's the fact he didn't. That was a classic. If you're watching the way Muramatu, he didn't sort of stop. He just continued with his rhythm. Beautiful leg of darts on both
96.
players here. Beautiful
Haruki
under the
requires
circumstances.
114.
Seen some fantastic finishing today.
Sneyd quite rightly goes to the water table there. Doesn't hang around. He
30.
knows that it's gone wrong.
Carl requires 106.
Aidy will be telling him that with the score. Big, big chance.
$92. Haruki requires 84.
Well, that was a 97 finish, which really got him back in this game, Muramatu. He's got a bullseye and a match dart. Muramatu,
Game.
under
Shot.
extreme pressure,
match.
goes back to the top of the
Haruki
table.
Muramatu.
Much to the disappointment there of Carl Sneyd, who was hoping to go back for that winning double. He just seems to win those games, does Haruki Muramatu, much to his credit. Nothing really to separate them there. That 97 finish and that sublime bullseye to win it. Next up, it's Christopher Toonders, the unbeaten Toonders, against Gilbert van der Meijden.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for this, the MODUS Super Series. And what a victory it was before the break for Haruki Muramatu, getting the better of Carl Sneyd by 4 legs to 3. He's the first player in Group A to move on to 12 points and doing so in style as well, pinning the bullseye on the back of an 84 combination shot to claim the points in that one. Well, Christopher Toonders has been making the big moves on day 2 here at the live lounge. He has won each of his opening 3 matches thus far. He's looking to make it 4 from 4 when he takes on Gilbert van der Meyen, who today has kind of been cut adrift from the rest of the pack. He's looking to get on the board for the first time. And watching this one down in the commentary box, it's Glenn and Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Yeah, well put indeed. Toonders has been the mover and the shaker.
First leg, it's Christopher
on
to throw
this
first.
Day 2.
Game on.
Series 6, week 11 of Group A.
49.
Gilbert van der Meijden has been cut adrift a little. He's been a little unfortunate at times as well.
60.
I don't think he's always got his just desserts and what he's deserved so far from Group A.
35.
After a fantastic performance from England at the cricket in India, it was a superb slip catch there from Christopher Toonders. But I totally agree with what you're saying. It hasn't gone Gilbert's way, but I will stand by what I said a couple of times this week. I still think he's got a major part to play. And
85.
I just think when you're in that back room, he's 6 points adrift now of, you know, the remaining players. They've got to play each other. It's unlikely he's going to top Group A now, even if he went through the card
60.
today and tomorrow. But come Group C, Group B, I think he's still got plenty in the tank.
Yeah, totally agree. And for somebody like him, would you think a stint in Group C would be better than Group B? Because Group B, I felt passed me by massively with it just being 4 games on the evening. And 8 games in total. I think he'd be better off sort of back in the longer format and learning some more and getting 56. Some more stagecraft.
Yeah, Group C does look tough this week, I must admit. I do think it's a winnable week for all the players, to be fair. So I preferred the night session to, you know, coming back early tomorrow afternoon. But I think at this stage for him, you know, he's just a young lad. He can play any time.
Gilbert requires 47.
This has been much better from him. Can he be clinical on the doubles? And that's what happens when you're not winning games.
22.
Yeah, he's been
Christopher requires
guilty of missing big numbers at big moments and created a little of his own downfall after
Gilbert
putting himself in position.
25.
But I think we've all been there with our early debut days on the big screen, and
game on the first leg.
He's still doing enough good stuff like this to tell us that, you know, he's the right man. You know, he's got the bits that you can't teach. That makes sense.
Oh, absolutely, he's got the fundamentals right. And like I said, I'll use that analogy. He's very much like Martin Clean, like a very tall, big scorer. You know, the application looks good, and you know, yeah, sometimes it's just a little bit about belief as well.
100.
But Group C this week, Chris Hurds is the ADC qualifier. I will be speaking to my good friend Jim Williams about Chris, who he knows very, very well. Reece Colley, who I think is coming back into form. I think it was a big ask for him when he put that England shirt on. We didn't really see the best from Reece, but last time I saw Reece play, I could see a much improved. And I think it was a bit of a relief that World Cup was over for him. Justin Hood, who I'm a big fan of. So the Group C, I think, is quite tough. And I think Group B is, you know, Joe Mernon, just fresh from being a professional player, but had his own issues, health-wise and performance-wise. I do like the look of Ryan Harrington. He's very, very tough to beat, is Ryan. And really looking forward to seeing Harry Gregory. But I don't think any of them players will frighten this man.
No, not when he's on his... Honestly, you mentioned Reece Colley there. I actually roomed with him at the World Cup. And to be totally honest, I think for a debutant, he had a fairly good World Cup. You know, we went to a World Cup final there on stage, and we were playing just one leg at a time. And he was probably one of our best players So he stood up to the big occasion.
Game shot in the second leg.
Gilbert standing up there.
Gilbert van der Meijden.
Really tall. 2-0 lead against the unpredictable Toonders. You can see the shake of the head there, the pat to the head. He's 3 wins out with 3. This is the time when you expect him to fly. Christopher Toonders, and for Gilbert van der Meijden, just round about the mid-80 average. He'll feel confident he can see out this game now, but you just don't know what you're going to get with Toonders.
No, you don't.
121.
Go back to Reece Colley. When I roomed with him, he did leave half of his gear behind because he left at 3 in the morning, leaving things like travel plugs and all sorts behind,
96.
which I sort of managed to squeeze into my case to get back to him here, actually, at the Super Series a couple of weeks later. But, you know, he's a dad now. He's a new dad, and that seems to be suiting him very well. And you said about the uplift of his game since, you know, after Christmas, and I think that's it. I think it's put the game in
54.
perspective for Reece Colley, and maybe that's why we've seen an upturn in his game. So I'm looking forward to catching up with me, Roomy,
60.
at the end of the week.
Yeah, I've seen the best and worst of him on this stage as well, but I was pleasantly surprised last time. So looking forward to seeing it.
97.
But like I said, I'll stand by the fact that Justin Hood for me is he's a very dangerous player. I just wish he would really knuckle down. It just seems like the game's too easy for him. If that
Christopher requires
makes sense.
158.
Perfect dart for the 158. Beautiful from Toonders.
139.
You'd have to say, Scott, from absolutely nowhere, he then produces a leg of darts like this. Interesting.
I was going to say it's bullseye.
102.
He hasn't missed a lot, Gilbert, this game, and he didn't miss that by much either.
Game shot in the third leg. Christopher Toonders.
Nicely tidied from Toonders. He doesn't watch that last dart of the bullseye.
Fourth leg, it's Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
It was a disappointing match between the pair of them yesterday. In fact, this man in your picture averaged
92.
10 more than Toonders, but it was Toonders that got over the line in that game. Two of our ADC European
96.
qualifiers as well. Absolute pleasure to see them on this stage. And we talked an awful lot yesterday, so apologies if you've heard the story, but we just didn't get
59.
these opportunities, did we, Scott, in our time? You know, we were very lucky to have the county system in the sense that you could get some stage practice and stage matches.
125.
But imagine us playing on this on that stage there at our best.
Oh, it'd been lovely. Been lovely, but and to learn it from there as well would have been lovely.
100.
But back in our time, we still saw an advantage from those county days on those stages, and we were heading to
95.
Belgium and anywhere in Europe, and they were jump up on the podium, as they call it out there, and we were getting those chances in semi-finals, quarter-finals sometimes, and finals.
96.
And some of those guys we were playing, you know, we'd been on stage more in a year than they'd been on in 3.
Yeah, if the one thing the Europeans were jealous of, it was our
96.
county system in a sense that
Gilbert requires 154.
get that camaraderie, that teamwork, that stage presence.
Back to that word opportunity again, aren't we? And this is what the MODUS Super Series brings once again.
Requires 89.
An opportunity knocks here for Toonders. It may be the bullseye. It's 5-5. It's been kind to so many of the players today. And an absolute rapid time from 2-0 down. He was shaking his head. Toonders levels it up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Christopher to throw
That wasn't
first.
quite as rapid
Game on.
as rapid Ricky Evans, but we were looking at some
58.
high-speed stuff there.
Interestingly, Toonders won this game with a 10 less average yesterday. Look at that.
Is that your
85.
deja vu moment for the day? Or should it be Toonders' deja vu moment for the day? Not us that's got to believe it.
$59. 128.
Let's go back to that interview I had with Christopher this morning when he is falling about on the Oku. Oh, it appears to be the body movement. That's when he feels he's at his best. Look at those darts, all on a pinhead. And again, the response from Gilbert hasn't gone as planned this week. Yet the fist pump is still nice to see.
137.
Another great game.
$85. Christopher requires 79.
Start on the 19th to give himself a dart at tops.
59.
Rhythm looked good.
Gilbert requires 92.
Big moments in this match. And for the two double 18s, hit the one
56.
of them, but it's not enough.
Christopher requires 20.
From 2-0 down. Toonders leads 3-2.
The fifth leg. Christopher Toonders. Sixth leg is Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
We'll have to create a Toonders cam, aren't we? Because you just can't take your eyes off him. Oh, a blind 180.
121.
Even Toonders enjoyed that one. That was the best bit.
100.
Yeah, he liked a bit of show.
Enjoyed the big one.
Yeah, maybe the big one he enjoyed more than anything.
58.
Look at young Tommy Morris doing those on a Monday night.
$140.
Delicious darts.
To be fair, Tommy Morris is usually scoring 41 and hitting the one with his last. Yeah, Tommy Gunn. Let's bring him back. Let's get him back for the Super Series and get those machine guns happening again. Entertainment he is.
57.
Yeah, entertainment's a good word to
142.
describe that man taking his darts out, Toonders. What Gilbert is. Putting the power on, big 17.
102.
And once again, it's looking like we're going all the way again. That has been the strap line for this
84.
Group A campaign.
Gilbert requires 40.
Last leg deciders. Are we going back again? Yes, we are. 3-3.
Sixth leg. Gilbert van der Meijden.
What's the difference in this? And just 11 minutes to play. 6 legs. Lovely
Seventh
pace of the
leg,
game.
it's
Good
Gilbert-
friendship.
Sorry, it's Christopher to throw first.
Last
Game on.
leg decider.
It's great when you're in the commentary box and you can hear the production team enjoying the games in the background.
41. $40.
Yep, that's what happens, Gilbert, when it's the last leg decider. Every treble's like gold dust.
140.
The arm goes tight, the brain goes a bit frazzled, and then when they start going in the places you want them to go, you thought, oh, I am still here. I'm all right here.
81.
Advantage Toonders right now. Remember, he was 2-0 down in this game. Went 3-2 up. Fabulous 6 leg from
96.
Gilbert.
But this is what can happen from like flamboyant, confident characters.
42.
All of a sudden, it's Gilbert who's struggling, and it's Christopher's to lose him here. He may go, he clearly can't see that treble train, but he doesn't want to leave it. He's thinking, is there enough space there? Treble 17 is a good shout.
I was just
60.
about to say the same. You took the words right out of my mouth. It must have been while we were listening to Meatloaf.
Well, 2 out of 3 in, bud.
81.
Yeah, that last dart each time, just trickling into the one.
64.
And Christopher's got 6 darts from here. What a beautiful last dart again.
92.
You feel that Van der Meijden here just needs to get over the line in a game and get that confidence back, because it's all there.
72.
Yeah, I think it's enough positivity about him. Double 18. A
Game,
very enjoyable
shot,
game, an exquisite
match.
finish from the very
Christopher
likeable
Toonders.
Christopher Toonders. And it's 4 wins out of 4 for the German today. His Moving Tuesday is all about that man. He loves the camera. There's the point. Great dart, young man. And next up, it's Chris Gilliland against Carl Sneyd.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Christopher Toonders came back from 2-0 down to get the better of Gilbert van der Meyen in a deciding leg by 4-3. Next up, Chris Gilliland looking to get victory against Carl Sneyd, who tasted defeat for the first time last time out against Haruki Muramatu. Crucial game this for both players, who are now chasing Toonders and Muramatu at the top of the table. Watching this one down in commentary, it's Scott and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you very much,
First leg,
Henry.
It's Chris to throw first. Game on.
And it's 3rd versus 4th, and Henry's absolutely spot on here. A defeat could be tough to take for one of these players here. However, a win would take them to 12 points
99.
alongside Christopher Toonders, who's the Moving Tuesday player of the day, that's for sure. And Haruki Muramatu just seems to be doing enough. A very, very important game for both players. It was as straightforward as it could come yesterday for this man. 101.90 against Carl in a stunning display. 4-0 victory as well. Carl Sneyd will probably want Chris to be the last player he's facing
22.
right now after that disappointing defeat to Haruki. You could see the incredible disappointment as Haruki checked out on that 92 finish.
101.
He gets the opportunity against Chris Gilliland.
And
with darts like that,
180.
he'll give himself a chance, but it's still 6 darts for Gilliland from 161. I think whatever happens from here, Gilliland will be disappointed with today's play. but he's still right in the mix is
90.
what he's got to keep telling himself.
Yeah, and he did enough yesterday, really. He's looking back on the stuff he did yesterday to keep him in the mix today.
40. Chris requires 71.
Level 13 route he does like.
51. Carl requires 160.
Well, we've seen some spectacular finishes today, to be fair. That's been a real highlight today. Sneyd would like to have joined the party there. It's advantage Gilliland.
92. Chris requires 20. Game shot on the first
Julie
leg.
takes it.
Chris Gilliland.
And it's a vital game if Gilliland leads 1-0.
Yeah, Carl Sneyd has enough
Second leg,
experience
it's Carl to throw
here to know
first.
that,
Game on.
yeah, that went with the darts, and it would have been nice to have broken first throw. That's probably, as we all know as players, that's probably the easiest leg to break.
80.
Yeah, Carl Sneyd's final game of the day will be against Christopher Toonders. He'll be looking for 5 wins out of 5. As much as I like Christopher, he was not the person I picked this
60.
morning for moving Tuesday. I did really fancy to see Gilbert van der Meijden do that, but it hasn't been that way. And fair play to him, and Carl Sneyd will think the world's against him at this moment. That defeat to Muramatu was a tough one to take.
40.
Beautiful shot there, the new carpet on the hockey.
Supplied and fitted by Scott Mitchell.
I like a bit of laminate myself.
I'm a carpet man. I've got to say
58.
that I'm sponsored by SMC, aren't I? So
Yeah, well, I used to be sponsored by a carpet guy, but I'm not anymore. So, yeah, I can say I like laminate now. Most carpet fitters say, we hate
97.
laminate. I said, we hate laminate.
it's been a long day, everybody. Apologies for the singing there from Scotty Dog Mitchell. I've given him his medication.
48.
I was sponsored by a carpet company because of my rugged good looks. I don't like
Nothing
that
to
one.
do with you had a chin like a shag pile.
140.
Nice to see you clean shaved today, anyhow.
Anyway, back to the data.
99.
Carl
Carl
Sneyd
requires
did look disappointed after that
144.
bounce out. He's fought back nicely here, looking good for 1-1.
87.
To be fair, after that bounce out, Sneyd has really recovered well.
82.
Yeah, scores
Carl
a
requires
97, 140 and 87, setting this 2-darter. Again, just takes his time. It's a process he
Game's on
likes
the
to do.
second leg.
And this
Carl
time the
Sneyd.
execution was absolutely perfect, and just a bit of self-motivation there with a little come on as that dart goes on.
Third leg, it's Chris to
Both
throw
players
first.
know the importance,
Game
Scott,
on.
of this match.
Yeah. And, you know, he had that bounce out on the 40. Then he made sure he had treble visits on every visit since then.
60.
We had to. We commented there when it bounced out. He had a face like he dropped a £20 note there and picked up a fiver, didn't he?
96.
Here's another one for you, Scott. If Gilliland is to lose this game, he was top overnight. He would then be in 4th place.
140.
It's not something that we're not used to seeing here. We've seen it a lot. You know, we've seen guys go 5 out of 5 on the first day, and then sort of by Wednesday they've disappeared into
97.
oblivion off that. Mainly because it's been such a high for them on that first day.
Yeah, I think all the stories are still to come in the MODUS Super Series Week 11. I think that's for sure. Champions Week is just around
60.
the corner. Just sense that when we entered the building as well, sort of this week, that it's coming to that fantastic finale, that chance for the player to win £20,000.
100. 85.
Perfect setup with the first dart.
100.
That's unlucky for the
Chris
140
requires
there, but he's in the mix here.
156.
Remember, he has to break the throw, this man. How many times we've seen attempts at 1.560 there? Hasn't been hit yet. I did say yet.
120.
He's bent the blade again.
Carl requires 108.
And again, I'm already preempting there. Imagine being Gilliland if he hears game shot here. It's going to be tough from there. Can't be done. Gilliland will be back.
He did it
43.
twice in a previous game.
Chris requires 36.
Well, surely he's had the perfect marker after that attempt on 1.56. Now it gets tricky. Feels like a sight of that dart. Now he's got to be too aggressive.
18.
Chance for Sneyd.
Carl requires 65.
Nicely done on the 25. Takes his step back. Nice
Game on
double
the
top
third
as well.
leg. Carl Sneyd.
There we go. That's been the difference so far in this game.
Fourth leg is
Sneyd,
Carl to throw first.
very accurate
Game on.
the outer ring. 2 from 2. You can see it's Gilliland's turn to get a little frustrated because he knows that's a breaker throw.
But I can't take my eyes off Gilliland, and I'm
100.
liking it. He's giving himself a real telling off, real focus, a real determination.
$60.
Just feel when things aren't going your way, you throw 3 great darts and you just hear the score of 60.
$60. $99.
Well, who will
42.
rule this group here? Because I'm absolutely none the wiser as we come to the conclusion of day 2. Muramatu just seems to be winning those tight games. Toonders is having the day of his MODUS Super Series career so far.
95.
Carl Sneyd, that understated left-hander. In good position here against the heavy favourite going into the competition, Chris Gilliland. Very much all to play
99.
for right now. Can you pick a winner for tomorrow? Yeah. I mean, we've got the best seats in the house here.
100.
We've got the best seats, the best view, the best stats, and we still can't pick it.
$58. Chris requires 147.
Gilliland has turned the throw here. You feel he needs to be out in 6 from here if he's to break.
91.
And that's helped the
Carl
situation
requires
nicely.
142.
Yeah, it certainly has one treble. Well, that's a beautiful first out. Will he stay there?
122. Chris requires 56.
Good pressure from Sneyd there.
Only 1 from 6 on the outer ring for Gilliland. We did say that was the difference between them.
Chris Gilliland.
But he's a class act, this Chris Gilliland. Just when you began to doubt, because Sneyd was sat very pretty. Penny for your thoughts, boys.
Fifth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. $95. $100.
If you're Sneyd here, you've got to relax on this leg, haven't you? You've got to relax on this leg. You're not doing a lot wrong. Gilliland did a lot right in that last one.
97.
It's a thought process, but it's getting to a stage where let's forget the first 6 legs. Let's just get every player up. Let's just have one leg shootouts because the previous
58.
2 games have gone 4-3. Incredible amount of 4-3s in this Group A campaign. Sometimes it's just coming down to a little bit of magic. And are we seeing that magic right now? Should go for the bull.
139.
Yeah, 6 of our first 10 games gone 4-3 today.
140. Chris requires 170. 98.
Beautiful last start. That's been key to the success so far here for Gilliland.
96. Chris requires 72.
Both players will fancy this finish. Both players are probably thinking only 1 dart to double, but it's 2 for Gilliland.
Game shot.
That is clean and clinical kill.
Chris Gilliland.
He leads 3-2.
And the impressive bit is he's worked out the problem
6
was this
leg,
doubling.
it's
He was
Cole
1
to
from
throw
6 and now he's 3 from
Game
8.
on.
Changes that stat totally. I always feel if you're over 33%
41.
on your doubles, 1 every 3, I think most players are always happy with that. And he's upped it now 3 from 8, so he's 37.5% on the doubles. Although Sneyd is still on 100% with 2 from 2. And
180.
seeing Gilliland move now.
$96.
Well, Chris Gilliland, we felt, was the class act in this group here. He had real moments. Well, we're beginning to think he's going to be sat in 4th place.
100.
Victory Heel will put him right back at the top of the pile alongside Muramatu.
45.
Where Sneyd threw them 3 darts there. Was it a little bit of resignation and frustration?
Yeah,
Gilliland is grinding this out.
Yeah, I agree. It looked like it, didn't it? And he was trying to go for a corner there on the treble
105.
20 rather than going for an open bed.
$137. Chris requires 116.
He'll stay there for the match. And it's
Game,
glory for
shot,
Gilliland.
And the
Once
match.
again, he had his
Chris
real wobble
Gilliland.
early in that game there. You can see a dejected Carl Sneyd as he walks up. But Chris Gilliland is a real top player. And he had to show at the back end of that match. Lovely numbers, highlighted with that 1-1-6 to finish. Super darts from the man from Northern Ireland. As next up, it's Japan versus Japan. It's Mikuru Suzuki versus Haruki Muramatu.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where credit has to go where credit's due. Chris Gilliland with an average of 92.41 and a 116 checkout to get the better of Carl Sneyd by 4 legs to 2 before the break. Next up, Suzuki and Haruki Muramatu find themselves in action. It's the final game of round 4, and watching this one in the commentary box is Glenn and Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. These are the two country compadres.
First leg, Makuru to throw
We're
first.
hitting everything in this practice
Game
throws
on.
there. Haruki, yeah, we're just picking up from our production team. He went 180, 174 in his 6 practice starts there. And here's
140.
So we have a chance of it being a high-scoring game, Glenn.
Well, if it's a 147 here, you might take it.
We're not playing snooker, mate.
92.
Yeah, it was one of the reasons why I never particularly went for treble 20 in my 9 practice starts, because if you do go 180, 180, it's very typical when you say game on. Your first dart slices into the 1 or the 5, so...
85.
I mean, we had the 9 darter here, didn't we? In the practice darts. John Worsley, wasn't it? And Phil Taylor once done it live on TV as well.
135.
To be fair, what hasn't Phil Taylor done live on TV?
I think my favourite 9 darter was at Chelsea, which I used to love. And what I didn't realise, Ross Montgomery was on the board next to me at
60.
3 each. So when I give it the big un, when the double 12 went in, I cost him the match. And needless to say, he come to the table about 20 minutes later.
And he bought you a drink, said, well done. Never said a word.
140.
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been unfortunate. I've never actually done a 9 darter in a game, whether it's been a local league or whatever, but I missed the 24 a few times, and the one that I really, really wanted to happen was I missed 24 against
60.
Scott Waits in the Italian
Haruki
Open on the
requires
quarterfinals on their TV, and I
134.
would have just loved to have hit that. Beat Scott and everything, went on to the semi-finals, but I'd have loved to have hit that against me mate, who now keeps telling me how many 9 dart pins he's got in the
81.
PDC.
Makuru requires 156.
And again, this finish.
$55. Haruki requires 53.
It's been a lovely start from Muramatu. This is for a 14 darter.
$33. Makuru requires 101.
These are the types of finishes that these players have been practicing in the players' area.
$69. Haruki requires 20.
I'm sure they've played each other many times in Japan, Scott. I do sense it's more for Muramatu in this game. He can go clear top again.
15.
And that's the
Makuru
first time
requires
we've really
32.
seen anything from Muramatu in regard to missing
Game's
something,
on the
and that is
first
the
leg.
reason why, because he knew
Makuru
that was coming.
Suzuki.
Once again, yesterday, Muramatu,
Second
3
leg,
wins out of
it's
3.
Haruki to
His
throw
final
first.
2 games is
Game
where
on.
he didn't look at his best. Got over the line in the last one, remember. To leave himself on 8 points, so he'll know the importance of the
123.
conclusion of the day's final game. Is the last game of the day against Chris Gilliland, who I thought looked superb there. That should be an absolute beauty and one not to miss.
Just noticed that Muramatu has gone back to stem set
100.
up number 1 from today, by the looks of things, and flight.
Considering he's top of the table as well. I'm just looking at the length of the stem. See if there's much difference. There doesn't look like it, to be fair.
32.
I think there is. I think it's a touch shorter. Those I know he's... It looks like a medium length stem, which is obviously a standard
85.
size, but I thought the other stuff that he had in was a touch longer on a totally different stem setup altogether and composite. So this is the old push in flight.
140.
The old faithful trial and tested, the sort that Luke Humphries won a world championship with.
I wonder how many players are getting that long stem and flight combination like Luke Humphries.
44.
Yeah, long stem and flight combination in a Luke Littler dart barrel.
Now, when you hit the big one, you start scratching your head thinking, that's not meant to happen.
138.
Lovely setup play there from Muramatu. He hasn't let that first leg disappointment get to him.
$60. Haruki requires 68.
After this game, every player will just have the one game to go. It's Muramatu who could go to 14 points. And with darts like that and finishing like that, who's to say that that's not the case? We'll level at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Makuru to throw first. Game on. $60.
He looked a little nervous yesterday, Muramatu.
180.
I just sense he's grown into this competition and never once thought he'd be the one sat top of the pile today. So I'm not going to be taking any credit for that, but he's the one for me. And that last game against Gilliland is something to really look forward to. Just an effortless throw, very simple, just like a lot of the Asian players. Oh, hello.
180.
Well, we've just been chatting about 9 darters, Scott Mitchell. Do me a favour. I'm not very good at doing any tips, so come on, call this one in.
140. Haruki requires 141.
So he's methodical. He'll know what's going on here. And unfortunately, not to be this time.
65.
Looking for the tidy setup to leave the 36. We're back on 261. I'll probably be thrown with a bit of freedom here.
60.
Still
Haruki
disappointed she didn't hit a ton.
76.
This is Makuru's makeup. This is how she is all the time.
Double 18. He's been here already in this match.
42.
Leave the lesser spotted double 17 are often the most least hit double on the board. Or does he split? Will be dependent on the score here for Makuru.
105. Haruki requires 34.
Little pressure applied from Suzuki. Double 14. We're all unsure where he's going. There we go. We got there in the end.
Makuru requires 96.
Yeah, he just lost all the rhythm there. Is he going to be punished? It's a favourite double. And that's the reason why
Third leg.
Suzuki
Makuru
leads 2-1.
Suzuki.
How many times when people are on 9 darters do they end up losing the leg?
Fourth leg, it's Haruki to throw first.
At this point, mentally, you're just trying to say, well, it was for a breaker throw. Don't worry about it. Hold your own throw here, and we're back where we are. But I don't think you're only trying to kid yourself big time there if
45.
that's the case of what you're thinking.
100. $91.
Nice pick up downstairs there of Muramatu.
$59.
Yeah, I'm sure they've played her many times on the soft tip
100.
circuit. Looking at the steel tip record between them, they did play each other in the Asian tour, which is getting bigger and better all the time. And it was Mikuru who got past Haruki last year with a 95 average in a
45.
4-1 victory.
Maybe Haruki is having flashbacks to that at the moment.
$133.
Yeah, so wanted to represent England in Japan, because wasn't it in Colby?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Yeah, England didn't send a team that year. Financial ramifications on
140.
the
Haruki
organisation.
requires 132.
England, Scotland and Wales felt it wasn't worth the risk.
Is that double one going for the double 18, and that's just trickled into treble 7 instead of the treble 19. It's not going his way at the moment, and what it's meaning is rhythm is being put off.
$50.
That's been the outcome.
Mikuru
That small
requires
forward chance here for Mikuru.
157. $89. Haruki requires 82.
Starts centre of the board. Got to be another 16.
Bullseye then.
48.
No, it's another 16.
Mikuru requires
So he's back on double
68.
17 again, which proved so fruitful for him last time out. .45 left. Head over to the 13s. Oh no.
No score. Sorry, 65. Sorry.
Yeah, 65,
Haruki
3
requires
left.
34.
And that's why it's called the lesser spotted double
Mikuru
17
requires 3.
for Mikuru. Big one to start. Double to finish.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Always a
Mikuru
tricky finish,
Suzuki.
3. She got a little bit messy on the setup play. And Muramatu, the thought of going top of the table in the first
Fifth
play to
leg is
14
Mikuru
points.
to throw first.
It's all just
Game
got a little
on.
bit messy from his scoring has been absolutely fine in this game. However, his setup play and his finishing, look at this statistic. That is why he's 3-1 down.
95.
Yeah, great shout, mate. Is it back to that good old scenario? We've got a
87.
guy at the top of the table and we've got a young lady at the bottom of the table.
It happens so many times at the MODUS Super Series. It's incredible.
Did it to
100.
Gilliland yesterday while he was top.
And it's for the neutral, it's fantastic because I mean it's just so crunched up. What again? If Carl Sneyd can get by Christopher Toonders in the next game,
136.
and Suzuki sees out this game, we've got 4 players on 12 points again going into the penultimate game of the day.
Yeah, sorry, it felt a long time ago. It was this morning, wasn't it, that she did it to Gilliland?
85.
that's quicker.
100.
We've been talking about the rhythm there. Just felt like it was just very staccato for Haruki, but that was just played at much more pace.
$81.
If he continues this strategy.
$60. Mikuru, you require 140.
Not what Muramatu wants to hear, but this is for the match. Don't bust it.
100.
She's unlucky there with that
Haruki, you
second dart
require
because
118.
it just caught and went the wrong way. It could have gone either side of that. It didn't. Oh, here we go. 38. He's back down on the obscure ones.
99.
And I feel that's what he should have done
Mikuru,
last leg.
you
Up the double
require
17. Have a
40.
real good go at it.
Well, it was top against bottom.
Game,
And it's Suzuki
shot, and the
who
match.
gets past
Mikuru Suzuki.
Haruki Muramatu in a 4-1 victory. And you can see the incredible disappointment there for Haruki because he had the opportunity to go clear top of the table. But it's great to see the smile on the face of Mikuru Suzuki. That's what it's all about. Again, scoring was fantastic for Muramatu. Finishing was the difference in that game. Next up, it's Carl Sneyd against Christopher Toonders.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Mikuru Suzuki spun a surprise, getting the better of Haruki Muramatu by 4-1. Muramatu was on a 9 in leg 3, lost that game, and then lost that leg and lost every other subsequent leg in that particular match. That now means it's a three-way tie at the top of the table. Muramatu not getting the opportunity to move on to 14 points. And interestingly, Mikuru Suzuki has won 2 games in this group, and that's against the 2 players at the top of the table there in Gilliland and Muramatu respectively. Christopher Toonders has made a right old move on day 2 of this group. He finds himself joint top, but in 3rd position because of the legs difference. Carl Sneyd just in behind there on 10 points. And it's he who is in action against Toonders, who, well, he's had the perfect day, hasn't he, so far? Looking to complete the card if he can get victory in this one. And he will be the pace setter going into the last couple of games of this session, and will mean he'll be in a good suit going into tomorrow's action. Right, let's see what happens in this one. It's the first game for the final round of fixtures on day 2 of Group A. And watching this one down in the commentary box is Scott Mitchell, who's alongside Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thanks, H. Yeah, I totally agree with that. It's one of those that you think Sneyd really needs to have this one to keep himself in with a shout tomorrow.
First.
You don't want to be being
Game
gapped
on.
now and then putting yourself under pressure for the first 2 games tomorrow. So it's all about group awareness and how you're sat in the table.
81.
And I would have to say, although Toonders has won his 4 games today, he's still a little unpredictable into
44.
which kind of standard, what average he's going to do.
Yeah, it was great to interview him at the beginning of the day, and I don't think even in his wildest dream did he think he'd be playing Carl for 5 wins out of 5. But that's what Moving Tuesday, that's why we call it. And today it's all about this young man, but as the neutral once again, if Carl Sneyd
97.
can win this match, a game that he won comfortably yesterday against Christopher Toonders. And at that point, yourself and Scott Mitchell both said it could be a really good week for Carl Sneyd.
57.
Very similar to Christopher. He's had his ups and downs. He has an opportunity here to get to 12 points and put himself really in the mix
42.
for tomorrow.
Yeah, and he'll still be pleased that he's in that position. And
60.
If you ever wonder how they're feeling it, you can just see him just taking a sharp and take a breath there. That's telling me the adrenaline is rushing through that body there, the young man.
140.
There's Carl. Looks a lot more cool, calm and collected, doesn't he? Maybe that's the reason he's producing darts like that.
140.
yeah, definitely.
He always struggled at playing Stephen Bunting because he plays so far to the side of the right.
133. Carl, you require
As Carl's
82.
walking back there, there's not an awful lot of gap between the referee and where Christopher's actually throwing from.
Yeah, agreed. And if you were playing
62.
down a local dog and duck, you would just
Christopher
go the opposite
requires
direction,
45.
wouldn't you? But that's not an that's not an opportunity you can get against the likes of Stephen Bunting, because usually cameras are involved.
Game on the
And
first
talking
leg.
to cameras,
Christopher Toonders.
Toonders
Get ready.
goes one up. Let's get ready on happy cam.
Second leg, it's Christopher to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
boo
on.
indeed. Where's he gone? When did he go all serious?
I remember when he had now.
45.
But now just looking at the in-play table. And we talked about Carl Sneyd going on the in-play table for the first time.
60.
Going top of the table less than an hour ago. Look at that for young Christopher Toonders. What a day he's having. And if he can get through this game with cards in its infancy,
45.
but that is what he is searching for.
$100.
Yeah, don't miss tomorrow. That is for sure. We will have so many play material. We'll keep it up to date with what's going on. We felt it was going to be a tight group.
59.
That's what it's proven to be. No one's really grabbing hold of it. And top 4 have really showed moments where maybe it's about Carl Sneyd, maybe it's about Chris Gilliland.
140.
But right now, it's about this young man.
$100.
Just watching his follow through there. It's a little Chizzy-esque, isn't it? With a little, his hand sort of slides away to the right.
96.
Doesn't follow straight through. So the release has to be right.
Everything I probably don't like about the throw, and he's top of the
97.
table.
Carl
That's why you've got
requires
to put your
105.
personality in the throw. Throw the dart that works for you.
Game shot in the second leg.
And that type of finishing
Carl
has been
Sneyd.
absolutely superb in this group. Carl Sneyd is going absolutely nowhere. He wants to join that 12-point mark.
Third leg, it's
He can get
Carl
himself
to throw
back to the
first.
hotel and really plan
Game
his
on.
attack for tomorrow.
It's a 105 shot out to his brace of 108
140.
from today.
$100.
Well, you've heard my thoughts on Group B and Group C. How do you see things going, Scott? I'm looking forward to seeing Justin Hood. I think he, along with Gilliland, was the two I felt with a standout performance in Group A, Group C.
93.
Group B, I'm looking forward to seeing young Harry Gregory.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an intriguing Group B and C.
41.
I'm quite a Justin Hood fan as well. Down from the West Country, good player, happy feet,
53.
good mentally as well. Not sure about his bushy beard at the minute that I saw a couple of weeks ago, but look, if he likes it, all well and good.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Ryan Harrington is playing as well.
59.
Joe Mernon, I'm a big fan of Joe. Like I said, he's had his own issues, and I tell you what, I'd be absolutely delighted if he lifts the trophy on Saturday.
Yeah, Joe's one of those I played on his Pro Tour days, and we both
42.
had a card for a year. He played me a
Carl
couple of times and
requires
absolutely
161.
dispatched me nice and easily. Yeah, played lovely.
99.
Yeah, good moments for Sneyd. And Toonders, as he does, he has these ups and downs, as we've talked about. He just seems to be having one of those moments now
89.
where it's all about his opponent.
Carl requires 62.
Same with Sneyd. He's bounced off the back of that 105 and it's up for tops.
22. Christopher requires 124.
And don't be surprised if this goes double 11.
102. Carl requires 40. Game shot on the third
Nicely
leg.
finished.
Carl Sneyd.
105 and a nice clean kill on 40.
Fourth leg, it's Christopher to throw first.
Just trying to
Game on.
remember whose drink is whose.
I think he's actually drank his, hasn't he?
Looks like Toonders has drunk his glass of water. He looks
60.
No, what
Should
I'm
we-
thinking there, Sneyd drank one and said, "Can I have yours?" Surely not.
Oh, I wouldn't have thought so. I don't know.
I was never one for drinking a lot of water, but then I met Rob
140.
Cross. I think he goes through about 5 litres, doesn't he, in a best of 3?
85.
Oh, I don't drink a lot of water either. I remember I have a game at Lakeside that went on, and I drank a little bit there. I think against Robbie Green back in the day.
60.
But yeah, other than that, I don't really go there taking big mouthfuls,
58.
little sips.
Yeah, the reason I do is once I break the seal, that's it.
Yeah, well, the water will
60.
pool all over the place if you break the seal. You've released the lid, haven't you?
96.
To be fair, I think most of the time for me, I'm not on stage long enough to actually take a mouthful of water out. I'm usually been beat up and gone.
Rubbish. Great darts from Sneyd.
180.
Very reminiscent of yesterday. He has these real moments of absolute brilliance, Sneyd. And like I said, he could be right in the mix
97.
tomorrow.
Carl requires 61.
I think he'll be aggressive with his opponent on 105. How often does it happen? Big 3.
Five to rip, as they say, down the dog and duck.
57.
Got there in the end, but that is always the risk with
Christopher
61.
requires
Bobby George always says it
105.
when you see him in any commentary.
That was a 105 finish. That got Carl Sneyd going in this game.
48.
Toonders can't
Cole
respond.
requires 4.
And all you want is darts at a double. Well, he's got them. It's not the ideal 1-2-2, especially after that dart.
No score. Christopher requires 57. 17.
Well, he's got away with one there because obviously Carl Sneyd has
requires
dominated
4.
these last 2 legs.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the finishing prowess of a lot of the players today. This is one of those games where you can just sense the tension. This is not easy.
No score.
And now he's got all this running through his head. He works so hard to score and go and get
Christopher
there.
requires 40.
I think they're sharing the water now. I'm fascinated with the water.
Game
2-2.
tied in the 4th leg. Christopher Toonders.
Just makes you think, Scott, is it Toonders' day? He should be away and gone, Carl Sneyd, right now.
5th leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Carl has to tell himself that that was a throw against the darts. He has to tell himself that and now come back to doing what he's been doing with his own throw.
41.
But you can see he's gone a bit fuzzy between the ears here.
134.
And as Toonders just starts flying about that hockey, all you hear is 1-3-4. So I take back what I said yesterday about his stance and everything. Like he said to
60.
us, he's at his happy place when he's flying around with his rhythm. Like you said, very Chizzy-esque.
59. 100.
Fantastic view there of the stage set to meet at the MODUS Super Series, and you can see how far right that Toonders throws those darts.
98.
Lovely this from Carl Sneyd. He's sort of trying to recover from that poor start on his throw.
134.
That last
Carl requires
treble
160.
18 from Toonders is going to hurt. Has to stay up
60.
there with the last start, even though
requires
partially blocked.
76.
Toonders 76. He's staying there. Double 18.
58. Carl requires 100.
He had his trials and tribulations on the doubles, Carl Sneyd. Sometimes this game can really surprise you. He may even go 2 doubles this time.
20. Christopher requires 18. Game on the 5th leg.
He's a leg away
Christopher Toonders.
from the perfect day.
6th leg. It's Christopher to throw first. Game on.
Are you surprised he's a leg away from going through the card, or I guess nothing surprises in this Group A campaign?
100.
No, I am surprised because we kind of didn't see this. And like I say, he's lived a bit of a charmed life today at times, as Toonders. And the more that he's had that luck,
60.
the more he's taken it. He's one of those that's bounced off it. He's not saying, "Oh, I'm lucky to have that." He's used it as a plus, which some of us do. Go, oh, I got a bit lucky there, and
60.
you stay a bit low over it, and then that can affect the next few games. But he's not doing that. He's going, well, he's going to let me have a go at it. I'm going to hit it, and then I'm going to take that to confidence to the next game, and that's exactly what he's been doing.
Yeah, very likeable. He's good for the game and just pinging these trebles for fun right now.
133.
He senses his to lose from here. 180 points ahead now.
60.
Just needs to stay calm and keep it simple, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely.
60.
Even the bookies weren't fancying Toonders this morning. He was 20-1 as we started play today to win the group.
96.
Well, he
Christopher
won't be that now.
148.
6 starts away from 148. And that's the perfect start. 76 left, if I've got my maths right, Christopher.
92.
This is one of those games for
40.
Sneyd. He's going to just question how it got
requires
away.
56.
It's the perfect day for
shot,
Christopher Toonders.
and
5
match.
wins out of
Christopher
5 for the
Toonders.
very likeable German. Moving Tuesday is exactly the name for that man there. And watch that. Look at that response. You will not be able to take that smile off his face, and it's very well deserved. Exciting to watch. And he is the man. 4-2 winner over Carl Sneyd. As we move on to the penultimate game of day 2, it's Gilbert van der Meijden against Mikuru Suzuki.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined alongside Christopher Toonders. The perfect day for yourself today. Just sum it up in your own words.
Yeah, I played quite well most of the time, but I also had not so good moments. But in the moments where I had to play good, I played good and I finished. I had many good finishes in the pressure. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you think the biggest difference from yesterday to today was in your mind?
Yesterday, I didn't sleep well. Mm-hmm. I honestly have to say. And now I'm a little bit relaxed. I can now play a little bit more relaxed. Like yesterday was not so fine.
What do you think that was in your mind? Was it the fact you were going back on the stage, first day, maybe first round nerves type thing?
Yeah, it was. I was very nervous yesterday, even though I was here before. But I was still nervous yesterday, and today it was a little bit less nervous, but that's fine.
Into tomorrow, in with a very good chance now of winning the group. And it'd be a great moment, wouldn't it, for you to qualify for your first Saturday?
Yeah, it would be a very, very great moment if I win the group. I didn't expect to win the group. I knew it's possible because I think everyone in the group has the potential to win the group, and Now I'm at the top, I think. So I try my best to win the group.
And finally, you're liking the cameras, aren't you?
I'm liking the cameras, yeah. I like to play with them. It keeps the pressure away from me. Like, I think it calms me down a little bit. Yeah.
We look forward to watching you tomorrow. Many congratulations today, Christopher. Thank you
very
very much indeed. Right, a couple more games for us to go on day 2. Kick it off with Mikuru Suzuki up against Gilbert van der Meyen. And watching this one down in the commentary box, it's Scott and Glenn.
Thank you, Henry. And once again, a lovely interview. He's very, very likeable as Christopher Toonders, and interesting to hear how nervous he was despite the fact that he's been here. And, you know, that's why we call it Moving Tuesday. People seem to settle in day 2 and the importance of that. But 5 wins out of 5 for the young man, and absolutely delighted for him. He'll be joint top at least overnight and really fancy his chances tomorrow. But it is a basement battle, this penultimate game. It's Gilbert van der Meyen against Mikuru Suzuki, who will be in 5th place and who will be 6th place is the scenario for this game, Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, it is indeed. And I know Gilbert is
First leg, it's Gilbert to throw first.
got the dart.
Game
So
on.
if you were going to favour anybody, you'd say him. But he's put himself in winning positions today and not quite finished it off. And wow,
180.
statement of intent right from the start.
Yep, not the first time today. I think we started yesterday. The whole competition with a 180 started today with a 180.
83.
And Gilbert, you just sense that if there was any tension and nerves, there won't be as much in this one. I think he's resigned to a Group C campaign.
60.
Does that mean we'll see the best from him?
He has to come back tomorrow and just use it as a practice day, doesn't he? And just
81.
try and throw with a bit of freedom tomorrow and prepare himself for the last 2 days' play.
85.
And a couple of wins for Mikuru today. I think well deserved after yesterday when, like I said, she had match darts in a couple of games, and
82.
will probably also be in Group C. This is what Gilbert can do.
85. 80. Gilbert requires 91.
A big 20.
51.
After 15 darts leaves tops, and nothing Suzuki can do about it. All the way back on 175. Well, the bullseye
39.
hasn't been a friend today.
Gilbert requires 40.
And I won't mention the bullseye challenge again, I promise, Mikuru.
Game shot in the
Gilbert
first
leads
leg.
1-0.
Gilbert van der Meijden. Second leg, it's Mikuru to throw first. Game
Mikuru
on.
composes herself. She knows that that was just an opening leg, but she didn't have the darts, and good start in the second for her.
125.
Yeah, just a little mention of our specials weeks coming as well. Our first one will be a double off best of 5.
98.
Lots of names being banned around who they'd like to see. People who were really good on the doubles to start. Obviously takes you back to the Grand Prix, that competition. We used to be in Dublin. Now obviously
60.
the past couple of years been in Leicester. Mention of a ladies' week. Are you in favour of that one?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
140.
Enough ladies now playing at such a standard that it would be an interesting week to see them game after game against one another.
I think that's a really good point, actually, Scott. I mean, when we were doing the BDO circuit, you
60.
pretty much, you know, there was maybe 2 to 4 players. Then it became the top 8 looked, you know, really dangerous. I think now the top 16. I mean, the women's series now. I think it's a great watch. I mean, some of the WDF stuff. And Dieter Hedman playing the darts of her life again at the moment.
Yeah, she is, and she's sort of rejuvenated her.
140.
She's won on the stage, hasn't she? The ADC event as well. So yeah, I'm in favour. So hopefully.
Yeah, she beat our Dorset last Sam Curtin in the final.
79.
Sam's known as Beef down our neck of the woods. Bless her. Lovely little big cow print on her shirt. It's lovely.
Yes, I did meet her at the women's series. It was a real joy to commentate. It was a day that Mikuru Suzuki won one of the events. And I was absolutely blown away at how good Bo Greaves was.
64. Mikuru requires 56.
For 1-1, we'll go for a favoured double 18.
Game shot on the
Nicely
second
done.
leg. Mikuru Suzuki.
Yeah, you mentioned Bo Greaves, and I just, again, it's like Luke Littler. I just can't believe how she
Third leg
handles
is
all the
Gilbert
pressure
to
in
throw
such
first.
a way, and
Game on.
it's such a grown-up attitude for one so young. And having been to a World Cup with England with her and sat opposite her on the table,
95.
and she lost one of her darts on the finals day. She got to get her darts out of the case, or whether they didn't go into the case the day before or whatever. Not a problem. She just picked up Jamie Atkins' spare darts.
60.
Poked a set of L-style flights she's borrowed off a teammate from another country. And went up and blitzed everything. With a different set of darts. Handed the darts back to Jamie Atkins.
100.
Thanks for that, Jamie. I said, could I have the flights? So I've got the flights at home. And yeah, that's Bo Greaves all over. Wasn't worried.
Yeah, one of the most common questions we get is who's your favourite throw, Glenn? I mean, you analyse everybody. Who's
60.
your favourite? And I'm a big fan of Gary Anderson, Damon Hetter, Steve Beaton, but Bo Greaves' throw for me is just dynamite. And considering she's been through the
47.
issues she's had with dartitis, etc., I think it's just poetry in motion. She's determined to create her own legacy of being a
100.
multiple world champion that she is already. Here's the clamour for it to be the next Luke Litter and get herself over at the PDC, but she's determined on doing it her way.
180.
Good luck to it.
Well, I think she feels that she's got time on her side, and who can argue with that?
I want her on this stage. That's where I want.
55.
I think she'd
Gilbert
shatter all the
requires
numbers,
79.
record numbers of people watching as well. So come on, Bo. Double 11.
Game shot in the third leg. Gilbert van der Meijden.
Meijden leads 2-1. Nice little 93 average at the moment for
Fourth
Gilbert.
leg, it's Mikuru to throw first. Game on.
He's starting to feel more settled. The 180s are starting to come. I think he's had 6 or 7 now.
60.
I'm sure that his friends who are watching know he's capable of a little more.
26.
Right on cue. I talk him into a 26.
Been sat with me too long, Scott.
140.
Great dance from Suzuki. Like I said, these games are tight, but they've been an enjoyable watch. Asher Styles. Not an awful lot to
43.
separate these two. I wonder what she prefers, the steel tip or the soft tip.
I'll let you try and
66.
translate that one with her, but I think she's just one of those that just, again, like Bo, just likes playing darts.
92. 100. 121. Makuru requires 135.
I think that's the first time she's hit the 25 today, Scott.
Yeah, maybe.
63.
He's looking good to level up a 2-2.
99. Makuru requires 72.
Left himself handy just in case, Van der Meijden. It's her favourite, double 18. One out, one in. There we
Game on
go.
the fourth leg. Mikuru Suzuki.
Nicely done. Didn't sort of over dabble with the double on that first dart.
Fifth leg, it's Gilbert to throw first.
She didn't have to deal with the
Game
double
on.
9. Had the opportunity to feel her way towards the double.
123.
Took it well.
Van der Meijden still averaging over 90 in this game, dominating the statistics, but the most important one is the legs. That's equal at 2-2.
41. 43.
'He had a good chance there, Gilbert, to put some real separation between
95.
Makuru in this leg. Just the 30 points at the moment. See the shake of the head. You can see such a big scorer. This will be frustrating him.
43.
You just sense that Makuru's dictating the pace, Scott, as well. It's not. I think Gilbert looks at his happiest when he's playing a quick player.
Yeah, and this is something he'll learn to deal with as his career moves on.
98.
Because when you're a naturally fast player, no good being 10 years down the line and saying, well, he was throwing really slow and trying to put me off. You have to find a way to deal with it.
140.
Yeah, I called it the different challenge when you're playing someone more methodical. I used to say to people, of course, I want to throw quick. I want to throw like Toonders. I want to be flamboyant. I want to have flair.
Makuru requires
And
85.
you find as much as a methodical player can slow a fast player up, a fast player can also speed up a methodical player.
Give me a slow player over Ricky Evans anytime. 5-5.
Game show on the fifth leg. Makuru Suzuki.
And for the first time, Makuru Suzuki on the in-play table
Sixth leg,
is no
it's
longer in
Makuru
sixth
to throw
place
First. Game on.
and moves up a spot. It would be 3 wins for the day for Makuru. And what it does mean is she can have a decent day tomorrow as well. When she walks in on
100.
Thursday and sees everybody's on 0, that might be just the motivation we see to see Makuru more at the top of the table. But tough times for Gilbert Van der Meijden at the moment, but
58.
I do sense he will be back.
$100.
Makuru's really starting to score again now.
54.
There looks only one winner at this point.
Yeah, it does. What you have to enjoy about what she's doing, her averages are very consistent as well.
100.
Even defeat yesterday. Like I said, she could have easily walked off there with 4-6 points yesterday. And I thought that might have had an impact today, but that sublime 149 finish against Gilliland at 3-3.
100.
That was the moment of the day for me. And she just looks in decent nick right now. Something you've picked up on, that she seems to be throwing the dart just a little bit more determined, and the dart's going into the board more crisply.
82.
And I think that's to her success.
Yeah, very much so. look of how she was winning her lakeside
39.
matches.
Makuru requires 119.
2 bites at the cherry up there to leave a double.
83.
Hits it with the second. That's the reason for going that way. And obviously it leaves her that lovely 36 that she so likes. Gilbert van der Meijden here.
98.
Looking to leave
Makuru requires
pressure,
36.
but you have to feel... Oh dear. Didn't read the script.
28. Gilbert requires 152. 75. Makuru requires 8.
For a third win of the day. Makuru Suzuki started it on 0 points, but 3 wins out of 5. She moves off bottom place, goes into 6 points, goes into 5th place. A very effective day for Makuru Suzuki, and another disappointing day for the Dutchman. But it's Makuru who takes the spoils 4-2 as we move to the final game of the day. It's a top of the table. It's Haruki Muramatu against Chris Gilliland.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. And it's been a great Tuesday as far as Makuru Suzuki is concerned. 3 victories for the 2-time world champion, getting the better of Gilbert van der Meijden before the break. So 6 points for the Japanese star. From one Japanese star to another, Haruki Muramatu in action in the final game of the day. And this is a big one as well against Chris Gilliland to see where the land lies as far as the top of the Group A table is concerned. For the last time today, let's hand over to Glenn and Scott.
Game on.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, you feel this is a big one for both players. Toonders is sat there.
96.
And who's going to join me in the back room? Gilliland, it would be fair to say, has found today very hard work at times.
140.
Yeah, the winner of this game will go top of the table because of legs difference of Christopher Toonders, but he has been the star of the show today. It was a disappointing game between the pair of them yesterday. I was
60.
expecting a lot more, but at very early on a Monday morning, you can expect that. All of a sudden, I don't know about you, Scott, but it's been one of those days for Chris Gilliland where he's had a
100.
game and then he's had a long wait, a game and then a long wait.
Yeah, absolutely. And not ideal when you've lost the game. You want to get back up there and start hammering that board again. And yeah, we forget about that scenario about where you sort of drop
100.
out in the way that it's drawn.
Yeah, I was worried about him after this, maybe his second game, but game 3, he came through his match against Gilbert. And then that really
91.
proficient win against Carl Sneyd as well. And I just think for the first time, this has a sense of a game like a Saturday night where it feels a bit of a knockout, this game, because, you know, the winner can go top of the table on 14 points overnight, which is a real confidence
97.
boost. And the
Chris
loser will be
requires
relying on others then.
170.
So, been looking forward to this game. Decent start from both. Can it go from decent to brilliant?
145.
Not quite to be this time. The big
Haruki
fish doesn't
requires
quite go.
148. $45.
Yeah, chance
Chris
for Gilliland.
requires 25.
His sense is the class act of this group. And with darts like that, a
Game
14
shot in the
darter as
first
well.
leg. Chris
Chris
Gilliland.
Gilliland is definitely on the up. If he was going to win this game, he had to break Muramatu, and does that in the first leg, and he
Second
looks
leg
composed.
Is Chris to throw first.
And that's a classy
Game on.
opening leg.
If you remember, I said with Henry at the top of the show that Mikuru Suzuki had a chance to be the spoiler today with the way that she played
100.
yesterday, and that's exactly what she's been. If you look back at her results, she's beat Muramatu, she's beat Carl Sneyd, and she's beaten Chris Gilliland. And all those guys were at that top end of that
43.
table during that period. Proved to be a difficult customer to beat, and we've still got a day left of her to come today and put
51.
herself on 6 points. She end up
94.
getting herself a position in, I suppose Group B would be too big an ask to make that top 2 or 3. But who knows?
100.
Maybe she could be the one that goes 5 on the bounce tomorrow.
$59.
Yeah, we have every statistic in front of us here, and every time I see a
60.
player over 100 average, it usually belongs to Chris Gilliland. I feel like he has the high ceiling.
Yeah, I agree, and I think
Chris requires
it's just a couple of fuzzy moments that have upset the apple cart, so to speak, for him.
But it's not often. I mean, there's been a few players that's blew through Group A. David
100.
Evans, Alex Spellman, Graham Usher, them type of players that you can think of. But, you know, you usually have your trials and tribulations, but I think he'll go back to his hotel room if he can get through this game as well. It hasn't been perfect, but I'm in top position.
140.
Time to kick
Chris
on tomorrow.
requires 60.
But still work to do here. That's the perfect dart for him. Can he just sit on top of that?
40. Haruki requires 67.
Remember what was said for Muramatu. Sometimes it can be second best. For 61, he's probably going to need the bullseye. Or can he hit the treble 11? It's bullseye. Gilliland didn't look.
20.
He'd be delighted at the fact that he didn't hit it.
Chris
Can he lead
requires
2-0?
20.
Well, it's double 10.
was awfully tight. That is so unfortunate for him.
Haruki requires
All over it.
47.
You would have thought it would have been easier to hit it than miss it from there, but he didn't. Opening up a 47 chance here for Muramatu.
31.
I have to say, Scott, Haruki's been
requires
mopping those
10.
chances up. This is still not a gimme. For most players, that would be ideal, but the way his darts sit,
Game
that's
shot on this second
only the
leg.
right-hand side of the double
Chris
five to hit.
Gilliland.
But he pings it, and Gilliland leads 2-0.
I'm just
Third
having a
leg
little
is
look
Haruki
here
to throw first. Game on.
tomorrow's fixtures, and day 3, game 2 sees Chris Gilliland playing
100.
Christopher Toonders, who could be our 2 players on 14 overnight.
140.
Beautiful angle there of how flat his darts, that understacking style of Gilliland. In prime position here right now, Muramatu. He won't go down without a
96.
fight. He's the stacking of his darts, and that is absolutely perfect for him. And there's the stack. Can he move it left or right?
140.
Great time to look at them angles of that dart.
To be fair, with the longer point and the way that his darts at, he could have put another one straight on the top and had 1, 2, 3 in a line upward on the board. And I think there aren't too many players in world darts that are able to do that with their darts.
$134. $97.
Despite those missed
Chris
darts at a double for
requires
Gilliland, he's still
87.
averaging very nicely in the 90s. That would have been for an 11 darter. Can he mop it up? No. Real panic with Haruki back on 180.
39.
If you're thinking 140 here mentally, but physically that is not going to be the case.
83.
Yeah, he sort of fizzled out late
requires
yesterday, did
48.
Haruki. But he did get the victory. You'd have to say right now it's all about this man. Double 10 for a 3-0 lead.
28. Haruki requires 97. $37. Chris requires 20.
Chris Gilliland, it's just about patience at the moment. Seemed to be losing focus as Haruki was throwing his darts there. He's a dart away from a big, big lead.
10.
And that is like a repeat of his
Haruki
previous dart at his
requires
attempt at
60.
double 10. Chance for absolutely nowhere for Muramatu.
And he's only just hit the 20, or has he aimed that side to
Game
open it
shot on
up?
the
Whatever
third
the
leg.
result
Haruki
is the same.
Muramatu.
He hits that double top, goes to 2-1. How was Gilliland thinking? I think we can see by the shake of the
Fourth
head.
leg. Chris to throw first. Game on.
It's been the story of the week so far for Muramatu. He will know there's so much more to his game right now.
140.
No issues at all with the scoring power of Chris Gilliland. 5 scores of 100, 5 ton 40s in this match. He's dominating the scoring.
59.
However, that is the issue at the moment for Chris Gilliland. 14 darts at a double. Absolutely fine. Thank you very much. But only 2 attempts at successful doubles as well. That's the problem.
85. $97.
Just about keeps Haruki in touch, but Gilliland has been doing this all day.
140.
He's scoring for fun right now, Scott, isn't he?
It sure is. There's not many games you see. He's got 6-140 throws in this game and just the 5 tons.
81.
Not
Chris
very often it's the other way, that way round.
136.
Battering him at the moment. Like I said, this has been the area where the problems have started. He'll stay there.
96.
Fabulous last dart.
The stat on this he will be concerned about is the 2 from 14 on the outer ring
97.
thus far, but
Chris
we saw him
requires
correct a 1
40.
from 6 situation earlier.
Game on the 4th
No
leg.
problems this time.
Chris
The
Gilliland.
man from Northern Ireland leads 3-1.
5th leg, it's Haruki to throw first. Game on. $60. $47. $123.
You can see that focus back in Gilliland's eyes again, can't you?
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at there. It was just a little period there where you're assessing the actual players. Like I said, yeah, you don't often get a response from Muramatu. Definitely trying to speed up his throw. He is working on his game, you know, during it. I think he feels he's just playing a little bit too slow, overthinking the situation. Gilliland, you just sense he can switch this scoring power on
140.
at any time. Beautiful darts. His 7th 140 in this, his 8th 140 in this game.
$58.
Potentially think he's got 6 darts and 174. 135 is a very tricky finish.
98. Haruki requires 135.
He'll start on the bullseye. Can still do it, of course, for treble 20. Is this the beginning of the
49.
end? And is this
Chris
the moment for Chris
requires
Gilliland
76.
to go back to the top of the table? You need the bullseye to do that.
51.
Width of
Haruki
a wire.
requires 86.
Muramatu, he knows how to do these types of finishes. And he's in again.
$70.
Agonising miss.
Chris requires 25. $13. Haruki requires 16.
3 from 18 on the outer ring for Gilliland. You can just see by his reactions behind him. Muramatu be thinking, how on earth am I still in this game? He needs the double 2 though.
14. Chris requires 12.
The double 6 for the match.
$6. Haruki requires 2.
Absolutely incredible. He's looked absolutely fantastic as Gilliland in the scoring. But the doubles, he's really struggled. Muramatu.
No score.
He will be one
Chris
frustrated
requires
individual.
6.
He's had his opportunities. Just hasn't been able to take them.
Game.
And Chris
Shot.
Gilliland, it was a
And
tale
the
of
match.
missed
Chris
opportunities in the end in this
Gilliland.
top of the table clash. But at the right time, in the final game of the game, Chris Gilliland goes top of the table. He goes alongside Christopher Toonders as we look at the tail of the tape. 83.17. His scoring was fantastic. 8-140s. But look at the checkout ratio. 4 from 22. But he got over the line, much to the frustration of the man from Japan, Haruki Muramatu. But the day belongs to Christopher Toonders. He wins 5 out of 5. The first game for Chris Gilliland will be against Christopher Toonders.
Yeah, big win that for Chris Gilliland to end the day. Okay, Haruki Muramatu. Scott Mitchell's been watching all the action in the commentary box. Your overall synopsis of what we've seen today?
Well, it's been a bit indifferent and up and down. We've had a couple of different leaders. We've had a couple of different losers. And Mikuru Suzuki has had a say in all of it.
She most certainly has. Right, let's have a look and see what's happened then today at the Super Series. It's been a great day as far as Christopher Toonders is concerned. Went into today with just 4 points on the board. He's won all 5 and is very much in the equation at the top of the table. That's the full list of results. Also good days for Mikuru Suzuki, but the 2 leaders overnight, Haruki Muramatu and Chris Gilliland, in different days for the pair of them. Right, let's dissect the day then as a whole. Let's begin with Christopher Toonders. No, but well, where else really we can start but Christopher. The day one we saw signs of him, but today he really came to life, didn't he?
He did in the moments that he needed to come to life. That's the special thing about him. He hasn't sort of blown everybody away with his averages. Those moments that change games, he got them right today, whereas maybe there was a couple yesterday that he didn't get right. So that's why he sat there right up the top with the others.
Those big finishes have helped Christopher. And I'll tell you what, he's got an eye for the camera, hasn't he?
He does like a little bit of the old Cam, doesn't he? We call it Happy Cam now, since he's been giving us the smiles and the winks. But look, it's just a sign of a player that's really enjoying himself being here. He's taken to the moment. He's enjoying it for what it is, and long may that continue.
As far as Mikuru Suzuki is concerned, much better day, winning 3 from 5. Look, there were signs on Monday, lost 3 games in the last leg decider, and she's managed to turn those fortunes around today.
Yeah, she has, and we looked at it yesterday. Those 4 threes, there were a couple that were unfortunate. She could have done something about. She could have been in the mix today when you look at this. So, look, she'll be pleased with her day's work today, and she did it to the guys that were at the top and on their game. So that shows us that she's got plenty to give again tomorrow.
Is she one that maybe, when we look ahead to Group C and the later groups in the week, possibly one just to keep an eye out for?
Absolutely, because we know that lots of people, some of the guys don't like playing the ladies. It's difficult. It's not normal sometimes for them. So she has a little trump card in her pocket for that alone. And when you add the ability that she has to it, a 2-time world champion, you know, up here on the big stage in front of the cameras, who wants that?
Carl Sneyd got off to a very, very good start today, but will he feel in the end that there was an opportunity missed for him?
Yeah, I think as he got back into the group, he then started to believe. I think he then started to think, well, if I win this one, I'll be here. And if I win, you can't do that here. You've got to come out here and go, I've got to get my game up there and see where it takes me. And I think he fell foul a little bit of thinking where he could have been and rather than where he ended up.
Most certainly. And those 2 108s, by the way, they were superb, weren't they?
Absolutely. We spoke about it, Glenn and I, in commentary, that when you hit a shot like a 119 or whatever, when it comes back, you think, oh, I'll have that again. And that's exactly what he did. You know, good mindset from him and 2 lovely shots.
Let's talk about the 2 players who began the day at the top of the table, Haruki Muramatu and Chris Gilliland. We'll begin with Haruki, who lost out early on, but it was looking like there was shoots of recovery in the session before then losing to Chris right at the end.
Yeah, what worried me about Haruki today was that he swapped stems and flights a little bit and in the middle in one game, and that shows me that maybe he's not overly confident with his equipment, and it seemed a strange one for me, but you know, he's kind of got away with it. He's still in the mix. Maybe he's decided now exactly what he wants because he went back to the first set. Maybe that's, you know, the way he's going to set up for tomorrow.
And both of the matches he won today, or 2 of the matches he won today, were both won on the Bullseye. Maybe a little bit of a hint to watch the Bullseye Challenge on the Super Series YouTube channel. As for Chris Gilliland, look, he came into this week with plenty of confidence. He said he fancied the job as far as Group A is concerned. Similar to Haruki, will he feel like today's a day that's got away from him?
Yeah, maybe. And we were saying in commentary that the fact that he won 4 games yesterday really does help you today, so that if you only win 3 today, you've still got that one in the bank. You want to be winning more than you lose. So if you can win 3 out of 5 on both days and end up on 6. He's done better than that. He's on 7. So I think that he'll be happy with his work. But we're dart players. We're never happy unless we're winning every game and blowing everybody away to 0. So there'll be elements of that he won't like in his head. But if you'd have given him this position on Monday morning, he'd have took it.
Well, let's see how that all matches up then in terms of the table following 2 days' play. As you can see, Chris Gilliland still top of the pile, but it's now Christopher Toonders who is level on points with him after day 2. Haruki Muramatu has vanished that lead overnight. Carl Sneyd still keeping himself in contention, but he's going to need a big day on Wednesday, you feel, if he is to go on and win the group. And it's fair to say it looks like a 4-horse race.
Yeah, without doubt, it's a 4-horse race, but the interesting thing is, I had a little sneak preview of the fixtures for tomorrow, and Toonders and Gilliland play second game on. So the 2 top players, early doors tomorrow. Nobody wants to miss that game.
Who'd you say favourite right now? Chris Gilliland based on the consistency of 2 days, or Christopher Toonders on the fact that today was so good?
I think there's a bit of both. I think they'll both be happy, but obviously Toonders is not quite doing the averages that Gilliland is doing. So as long as Gilliland comes up here tomorrow and plays the averages that he's been doing today, you would say that he's the favourite to win that game. But hey, we've got no idea what's going to happen. This is the Super Series. The bottom players beat the top players. There's nothing as a rule here.
Sold it perfectly, hasn't he? And hopefully that sold out perfectly for you to join us tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. for the culmination of Group A here in Week 11 of the Super Series. And talking about the future of this competition, well, we've got a brand new concept for you because Double Trouble is going to begin on Monday, February the 19th, a double-in, double-out tournament, best of 5 legs as well in that particular competition. Fancy yourself a bit of double-in, double-out, Scotty?
Not at all. And I can't even hit a double to get out, so I don't want to be having to hit one to get in. But I'll be watching because I think that'll be an interesting week.
So I take it we won't be playing because you'll keep us here till 4 o'clock.
Well, there could be that.
Well, Scott, thank you for your company today. Appreciate it as ever. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Hopefully see you tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. where, well, there could be some double trouble ahead.